Greetings, YouTube, for another Magic Monday as we're streaming this, and it's also set review day. Phyrexia All Will Be One is coming out this coming weekend, I believe. And one of our favorite things to do every single time there's a new set, I can actually go over every brand new card, and I'm going to try to give it a grade for how I think it's going to be for limited. So for draft and seal, I'm not going to be covering constructed. I'm not going to be covering commander. That's what we're going to be talking about. We'll be giving them grades from like A for being like super best bomb, anything in the B range to be like a good card that will actively make you want to draft that color. C are just good cards. Like they don't have to be super special, but they will generally want to get into your deck. D's are like filler, like not the best thing to play, but you won't be miserable having it in your deck as like your 22nd, 23rd card. And the final grade is just going to be F's, like absolutely unplayable. They shouldn't be in there. We also may have some like build around cards. We have some cards that will be good for sideboards, but generally that's how we're going to cover it. So we're going to start off with the white cards and just go through them, color at a time, converted mana cost at a time, and let's review some Magic cards. All right, we're just going to start off with white. I'll be covering all the different mechanics as we go. For the record, this is pretty much my first time seeing all of the cards. I have not kept up on the previews. I haven't even looked at like all the signpost gold uncommons or anything yet. But so I'll do my best. Some of my grades may change throughout as I try to understand more and more of the mechanics. I mean, like, I've seen some spoilers. Like, I've seen all the Planeswalkers. So, let's start off with the Crawling Chorus. White for a 1/1 Phyrexian horror creature with Toxic 1. This is one of the new mechanics for the set. Some creatures have Toxic, where any player dealt damage by a toxic creature gets that many poison counters. And there's a rule in Magic where if you ever get 10 poison counters, you lose. You lose the game. Zoom in a bit? Sure. Oh, actually, can I? I don't know if I can. So with so them getting toxic and poison counters means it's like an alternate win condition of sorts. But the difference between toxic versus something like infect is that they also get one that's not dealing damage equal to their poison or to their attack power. I'll try scale this up a little bit for you guys. So that's a big thing. So, like, if you have a creature that's a 3/3 with Toxic 1, when they hit a player, they don't get 3 poison counters. They get 1 poison counter. But they do also take 3 damage. So that's one of the big things with Infect. So it's in addition to the combat damage, not combat damage as poison counters. Crawling Chorus also says, when Crawling Chorus dies, create a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact creature token with Toxic 1. And this creature can't block. Sure. That reads is pretty aggressive. Like it wants to attack. The 1/1 left behind, not being able to block, doesn't make this like a premium common or anything like that, or even super good. But yeah, this is definitely a card that leans towards attacking. Seems fine though. If you can get like a bunch of these to go like real low to the ground and wide, could be. Yeah, seems okay. It's like a C for Crawling Chorus. Next is the Sinew Dancer, 1 white for a 1/1 Phyrexian soldier who has 3 and a white, tap target creature. So this is like the white tap down creature ability that we've seen in a lot of other sets. However, it also has Corrupted. And Corrupted is if your opponent has 3 or more poison counters already, that creature and or spell or whatever gets an additional effect. So for example, a Sinew Dancer, if your opponent is corrupted, you can then tap target creature for only 1 white mana. Which seems fine. 4 mana, like the 4 mana to be able to tap something is not very efficient. I'm less into that. I assume there's going to be a really, really easy way to get corrupted on your opponent, either from just dealing toxic damage. I know Proliferate is also very much a thing in the set, so that'll also matter, but even then, just kind of seems all right. This one's probably closer to like a C-, but it's C- if you get corrupted. If you don't have a way of getting corrupted, it's just like a D. Yeah. So as long as you got the ability to get enough poison counters to corrupt the opponent, this card's all right. Otherwise, no. Next is Skrelev, Defector Might. Our first rare, a white for a 1/1 legendary Phyrexian Might with Toxic 1, who can't block. But he also has, for 1 white Phyrexian mana, if you haven't seen Phyrexian mana, it means you can pay the colored mana or spend 2 life. So for white or 2 life, tap, choose a color. Another target creature you control gains Toxic 1 and Hexproof from that color until end of turn. It can't be blocked by creatures of that color this turn. That's tricksy. It's like a, so it's not full-on protection, but the Hexproof and can't be blocked is still very, very good, giving an extra toxic in there. I feel like the best part of this ability is the Hexproof, because then you can protect something that you really, really care about for 2 life and tapping this guy. He's not awesome otherwise. Yeah, can't block, so you either, and if he can't attack, then he's just kind of sitting there doing nothing until maybe you get an activation. He's fine though. It's like a 1/1 for 1 with, it's a Phyrexian Might with like slight upside. He's okay. He's like a C+. He's like I'm not gonna like see this card in a pack and be like, I'm playing white, baby, but you know, he's fine. C+. Hey Farmcat, thanks for gifting out a sub. Next is the Swooping Lookout. White for Phyrexian Construct. That's a 1/2 Flying Vigilance. This card is probably way better than it looks. Way better than it looks. Mostly because it's flying, it has Vigilance, so it can just keep tapping in for a couple points of damage if you ever get it down early. More importantly, because it is a 1/2, this stops all of these 1/1 Phyrexian Mights from getting in. That's fine. Equipment is very much a thing in the set too, so if you get that thing equipped or pumped up at all, even if you start getting in for like 2 damage Vigilance in the air, that's pretty huge. Yeah, Swooping Lookout's good. I think he's closer to like a C+. Nice. Next is the Zealot's Conviction. White for an aura that's flash. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. But it also has Corrupted. So if your opponent has 3 or more poison counters, the enchanted creature also gets an additional +1/+0 and has First Strike. So white for +1/+1 aura is not very good. White for Corrupted +2/+1 First Strike. Slightly better, but still not super exciting. I mean, if you can do it in the right way, you can. I mean, if you can use this, it's a combat trick no matter what. If you can use this to take out an opponent's creature, then it's fine. I don't think it's fantastic though. It's okay. It's probably still lean like D+ for it. I don't even think Flash helps it all that much, chat. Because even if you manage to take out one of your opponent's cards by spending this card, like taking out a creature, if your opponent spot removals that creature in response, then it doesn't really like put you up that many cards. It's just kind of fine. It's like a D+. Even if you had the corrupted in there. Yeah, I think it's like D+. Next is Bladed Ambassador. 1 and a white for an uncommon Phyrexian soldier that's a 3/1, and he enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it. Not necessarily a mechanic, but I know there's a lot of creatures and cards that have oil counters. And all the oil counters are used for different things. And Bladed Ambassador has, you can pay 1 mana, remove an oil counter from it, and it gains indestructible till end of turn. Now that I like. I actually like that one a lot. Reason being is that it reminds me a lot of like what was the guy's name? It was kind of like Adonto Vanguard, or other dudes. There's been a lot of like 3-white creatures that can attack and make themselves indestructible, and those have always proved very, very good. And I like that he can do it defensively too. So he can block something and make himself indestructible. He doesn't have to be attacking to do it. And then what's super cool is that if you have Proliferate and you can get additional oil counters on this guy, it makes them all that better. But even just like a single activation to get that indestructible makes them worth it. I like it. Bladed Ambassador is like I think he's a B. I'd be happy to play this in my aggressive white decks, absolutely. Hey, Damien, thanks for the resub. Next is Complete Devotion. 1 and a white for an instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If that creature has Toxic, draw a card. Yeah. It's okay. I like that. Again, this is a combat trick where you need to... It's a combat trick where that you really want it in your deck with toxic creatures, because if it can like cantrip itself, way better. If you don't have toxic creatures for some reason, like you don't really want to play this card. Yeah, this is like a D in a non-toxic deck. In a toxic deck, C-. Not really a build around, but it's just one of those things where it's like you want in the right deck. Yeah, poison counter still reads, if a single player has 10 or more poison counters, they lose the game. Next is the Duelist of Deep Faith. 1 and a white for a common Phyrexian soldier. 2/2. Toxic 1. As long as it's your turn, Duelist of Deep Faith has first strike. Damn. Grizzly Bear's getting upgraded, my dude. Yeah, solid common. Easy C. And again, in aggressive decks where you want to be swinging in, yep, get first strike in there. Yeah, great. C. Next. The Incisor Glider. 1 and a white for a 1/3 flying artifact creature. But it also has Corrupted. Whenever it attacks, an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Seems okay. I feel like it can't really do that much until you get corrupted, though. If you don't get corrupted, this is just kind of like a very dorky card. It reads like a D+, but again, like with corrupted, it gets closer to like a C-.
Sweet.
Not really like a build-around card, but yeah, you just if you feel like your deck has means of getting corrupted, this one's better. Otherwise, not very good. Zax Court and PK Beef with resub. Brothers War kind of sucked. I don't think Brothers War sucked, because I know a lot of people who played Brothers War and like got into it really liked it, but for whatever reason, Brothers War just didn't click with me. I don't think it was a bad set. I just couldn't figure out, and I couldn't enjoy it. If that makes sense. Next. Infested Flesh Cutter. 1 and a white for an equipment. Uncommon. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. And whenever the equipped creature attacks, you create a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Mite. With Toxic 1 and the creature can't block, equip cost 3? 2 and a white? So you have to spend a total of 5 mana to get it onto a creature and then attack with it to get the full value. I think that costs too much. It's a cool looking sword. That seems too expensive to me. I'm leaning D for it. Yeah, I'll stay D. I think it just it's a bit too mana intensive for what it wants to pull off. And again, like if you could have this and the Phyrexian Mites, if they could block, then this card would be really good. Yeah, if the equip cost was only 1 and a white, I would be making it a little more playable. 2 and a white's too much. Next is Jawbone Duelist. 1 and a white for an uncommon Phyrexian Soldier who is a 1/1 with double strike and Toxic 1. Oh, this guy's great. So the way Toxic reads is anytime a player is dealt combat damage, they also get a poison counter. And this guy has double strike, which means it would deal 1 combat damage, opponent gets a poison counter. And then the other strike deals combat damage, opponent gets another poison counter. So unblocked, this dude can get 2 poison counters onto your opponent. And as a 2-mana 1/1 double strike, it can block all these little X and 1s and 1/1 Phyrexian Mites, no problem. And he can attack in really, really well. This guy's great. I quite like him. I think he's a B. I mean, yeah, there's always that thing where if you put any kind of, if you put any kind of like artifact, aura, or pump effect on him, then yeah, he does more damage. Of course, but I think just as the double striker, he's great. If it has double strike and Toxic does it give 2 counters? Yes, it would to 0 attack. I was just saying that. So if he gets unblocked because it deals his combat damage twice, the opponent would get Toxic 1 twice. Would this have been more fun if they actually used Infect? No, I don't think so. Because Infect also deals all your damage in -1/-1 counters. And for a lot of creatures, that can make them so they can no longer deal damage and they can't get their poison counters down. There's just a different ways of doing it. Next is Kemba, Ka Enduring. 1 a white for a legendary cat cleric who's rare. She's a 2/2. Whenever Kemba or another cat enters the battlefield under your control, attach up to 1 equipment you control to that creature. Equipped creatures you control get +1/+1. And you can spend 3 white to create a 2/2 white cat creature token. Cat Jam deck? She's fine. Generally speaking, she's just going to be a 2-mana 2/2. There's not going to be a whole lot of cats entering the battlefield, even with the activation cost. It also is going to require you to have equipment to really make her pop off. Yeah, for the most part, she's just going to be a 2-mana 2/2 with some very conditional upside. However, real talk though, hear me out. Kemba in Pioneer with the Colossus Hammer. Just gonna throw that out there. Yeah. Yeah, for the most part, she's just a 2-mana 2/2 with some potential upside. C. Next, we had the Mandible Justicar. 1 and a white for a common Phyrexian Cleric. That's a 2/1 with lifelink. Whenever another artifact creature enters the battlefield under your control, Mandible Justicar gets +1/+1 until end of turn. These guys always kind of end up being okay. We've seen a lot of creatures have this like effect. I like the lifelink on it though, just because Phyrexian mana is going to very much be a thing for some cards, and having any kind of lifelink to stave that off seems fine. Yeah, but usually the +1/+1 effect is okay. So he's usually just a 2/1 lifelinker who can sometimes attack as a 3/2 lifelinker, but he's going to die to 1-drops and 2-drops regardless. The art is awesome. This looks like a Silent Hill monster. Yeah, solid card. C. Yeah, it is any artifact, not artifact creatures. That's accurate. Oh, so... Yeah, so its activation is actually going to happen less often. It wasn't even creatures, it's artifacts. Okay, yeah, it's more like C-. The lifelink's fine, that's about it. Next are Norn's Wellspring. That's cool art. 1 and a white for a rare artifact. Whenever a creature you control dies, scry 1 and put an oil counter on Norn's Wellspring. You can pay 1, remove 2 oil counters from Norn's Wellspring 2, draw a card. It's okay. It is weakest in the late game, where if you really need to draw something to stabilize or win, and this does nothing for you. Still, in like in a white deck that is going wide enough, especially with like the little mites, it could eventually pay off. Yeah, it was just one of those cards where you need to have like down earlier. A scry off every creature death is fine enough. Yeah, it seems okay. I have a feeling it's going to play out like a C-, but I want to give it a C+ right now because I want to play it. Especially if you're making a tons of mites and you don't care about your mites dying. Next is Ossification. 1 and a white for an uncommon aura. Enchant basic land you control. When Ossification enters the battlefield, exile target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls until Ossification leaves the battlefield. What? I mean, the card's good. Like, this is your classic white enchantment exile effect, but why enchant basic land? Huh. The basic land part's confusing. I mean, it's still a great card. This is like... That's very cheap premium removal. I guess it's so that it's less good and constructed because you have less basic lands to target. Yeah, interesting. It's very good though. This is like a easy B. Very cheap, very efficient removal. I can't imagine there's land destruction in this set. Ugh. Next is Planar Disruption. 1 and a white for a common aura. Enchant artifact, creature, or planeswalker. Enchanted permanent can't attack, block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. So this is your classic pacifism effect in white, but has the upside of being able to enchant artifacts and planeswalkers to stop them from being able to activate. Yeah, this is just better than pacifism in every way. Yep, good, cheap, you want these. Easily another B. Next, Resistance Reunited. 1 and a white. Uncommon instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Equipped creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. That's a second 1 and a white +2/+2 card. Where's the first one? Complete Devotion? Yeah, Complete Devotion is just a better version than this. Because the other one cantrips, and this one requires you to have an equipped creature to get something indestructible. In a very, very, very narrow field, maybe you could get like 2 creatures off your opponent's battlefield with that, but that's pretty narrow. No, this one is far more dorky. This is like a D. Just straight D. If you need a combat trick, sure. Yeah, it's kind of weird that this one is uncommon. I'm with you on that. Next, Skrelv's Hive. 1 and a white for a rare enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you lose a life and create a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might. Okay, with Toxic 1, creature can't block. And also has Corrupted. As long as the opponent has 3 or more poison counters, creatures you control with Toxic have lifelink. That's hilarious. What this allows you to do is once your opponent... Yeah, much like most other cards, if you can get your opponent corrupted, this card's actually pretty solid. If you don't have a means of corruption in your deck or you're not trying to go for that, this is kind of a dead card. Because once you get to the point where all your toxic creatures have lifelink, you can just send in your mites willy-nilly. Because if they get blocked, you're going to gain the life back that you have to spend on making a 1/1 every turn anyway. And once you get wide enough, that's another way of getting toxic counters against your opponent. Yeah, this is like another pseudo build around C. Otherwise, it's like a D minus. D minus, again, main reason that the colorless creatures that it makes, you can't block with them, and that's pretty huge. Yeah, it's another one of those cards where if you get it out and on like turn 2, amazing. But if it's turn 13 and you're like down to 6 life, less good. Next is Veil of Assimilation. 1 and a white for uncommon artifact. Whenever the Veil of Assimilation or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains Vigilance until end of turn? I feel like this card should be in equipment, but it isn't. Huh. And it has to be an artifact, not any creature. Nah. This is like a D. No, I'm not into it. Not into it at all. I know the mites are artifact creatures, but that's still only getting +1/+1 in vigilance. That's not good enough. You need something way more impactful than this to really make it worth it. We've seen only one creature that wasn't also an artifact. I feel like it was more than that. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Versus how many artifact creatures? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we've seen 6 regular creatures versus 4 artifact creatures, not counting the tokens. Only some of the Phyrexian creatures are artifacts. Yeah, it's kind of weird. D. Easy D. We're going to move on. Not great enough. Next is White Sun's Twilight, a rare sorcery. X white white. You gain X life. Create X 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Mite artifact creature tokens with toxic 1 the creature can't block. If X is 5 or more, destroy all other creatures. If you can spend 5 white white or more, this wins you the game. That's huge. But even going for like a gain 4, make 4 1/1s. Yeah, this card's great. If you're in the lead, this allows you to create a bunch of 1/1s to help further push in damage and get further ahead. And if you're behind with enough mana, you can wipe the board, stabilize, and then like completely flip the card around. No, this card's great. This is like an A. The most ideal way you could play this is if you cast it as a board wipe. And then just have all your mites get in for poison. But I could see situations where if you're at enough parity and your opponent's at a low enough life, you just need to go wide enough. I could see that too. Yeah, 8 for White Sun's Twilight. Next, the Annex Sentry, 2 and a white for an uncommon artifact creature, Phyrexian Cleric. So here's another artifact creature. Uncommon, 1/4. It's got a big butt. Toxic 1. And then when Annex Sentry enters the battlefield, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or less until Annex Sentry leaves the battlefield. I always like cards like these. These like white gets these kind of creatures a lot where they enter the battlefield and allows you to pop away an opponent's creature until this leaves. Always good. I think it's a easy B for Annex Entry, especially if you can use this to hit a token, whether it's the Phyrexian Mites or any of the 2/2 tokens that come down. Super good. Yeah, B. Next is Charge of the Mites, 2 and a white common instant. Choose one. Charge of the Mites deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker. Or create 2 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Mites. Toxic 1, they can't block. At 3 mana, so it's kind of like Raise the Alarm, but you can also use it as a spot removal if you need to. Seems okay. I mean, when it comes to White's removal options, either one of the aura or enchantment-based ones were just better. But this is fine. Yeah, it's like a C- for Charge of the Mites. That one just seems okay. If the Phyrexian Mites could block and you just make 2 1/1 blockers, easy C+, but otherwise C-. Next is the Flensing Raptor. That looked awesome. 2 and a white for a common Phyrexian bird. 2/2 flyer with Toxic 1. And when he enters the battlefield, another target creature you control with Toxic, it's +1/+1. And gains flying until end of turn. At common? This guy's great. So 2 and a white for a 2/2 flyer is already like going rate for that. But it also has Toxic 1. And then it can just give one of the other guys with Toxic an extra boost for some more damage, for some potentially some poison counters. Hell yeah. It's like a B- for Flensing Raptor. I'd play as many of these as I could. It's great. Like them. Next is Gold Warden's Helm. 2 and a white for a common artifact equipment. And it has one of the other mechanics in this set, which is Formiridin! Which reads, when the equipment enters the battlefield, you make a 2/2 red rebel creature token, and then you attach the equipment to it. And Gold Warden's Helm has equipped creature gets +0/+1, equip cost 1 and a white. Formiridin is actually a really cool mechanic, and this is one like this might be the least exciting artifact card. So basically the way it reads is for 2 and a white, you get a 2/3. And then for a 1 and a white, you can give something else +0/+1. That's not awesome. Yeah, you're basically getting a 2/3 with like very minor upside. It's going right though. This is like a D+. If you're trying to make like an equipment deck, like if you're drafting one of those together, it's a fine 3-drop equipment because you get your 2/3 and you got extra equipment down. It just seems fine. This is like a D+. Yeah. Paying 1 and a white to equip it to only give something 1 more toughness, that's not a good rate. Next up, Leonin Lightbringer. Oh, hey, another cat. 2 and a white for a 3/2 common cat rebel with Ward 2. And has, as long as he is equipped, it gets +1/+1. The ward doesn't really matter a whole lot unless he gets equipped. Because then he's like kind of big enough he's actually a threat. Otherwise, with only 2 toughness, he's just going to get killed by some creature. He's okay. Seems like just like another filler guy. C-.
Sweet.
Next, Vanish into Eternity. 2 and a white for a common instant. This spell costs 3 more to cast if it targets a creature. Exile non-land permanent. Huh. Six mana is a lot to exile a creature. This is like a, this is more like emergency removal than one you really want to rely on. Because for the most part, you're going to be using it to exile creatures. This seems like something you're going to want to keep into your sideboard unless you see your opponents dropping like really big auras, equipment, or planeswalkers. Next, Against All Odds. 3 and a white for uncommon sorcery. Choose one or both. Exile target creature, artifact, or creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control, or return target artifact or creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. The fact that this is sorcery speed kills me. For 4 mana? Really? Sorcery speed? I mean, sure you can do both, but Yeah. This seems... You could sideboard this in, again, if someone is playing a lot of enchantment-based removal. This allows you to at least blink your guy and get the removal off of it. There's still 4 mana for that, though. Yikes, man. This seems like a D, maybe D+ to me. I'm not into it. Yeah. Next is the Hex Gold Hoverwings. 3 white for an uncommon equipment, which has 4 Mirrodin. So you get a 2/2. The equipped creature has flying. And creatures you control that are equipped get +1/+0. So that part is pretty important because that means the +1/+0 is happening even if this card isn't on anyone. So if you end up with a lot of artifact creatures or equipped creatures, you give them a little bit of boost. But the way it reads is, at minimum, for 3 and a white, you get yourself a 3/2 flyer. That's going rate. And then if you got even more equipped creatures, you're giving them an additional +1/+0. This is an equipment card that makes all your other equipment better. Bare minimum, you have a 3 and a white, 3/2 flyer. The equip cost is still steep. But I think its base rate is solid enough that I'd be happy playing this. I think this is a C+. Yeah, C+ for Hex Gold Hoverwings. Wouldn't it be 4/2 because of the effect? No. So it comes in as a 2/2. And because it is equipped, it gets +1/+0. So it would be a 3/2. It doesn't come in as a 3/2. You get a 2/2. This itself does not give an additional +1/+0. Yeah, it's bare minimum. It's a Tiger Drake with upside. Next is Indoctrination Attendant, 3 and a white for a common cleric that's a 3/4 toxic 1. And when Indoctrination Attendant enters the battlefield, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand, and if you do, you make a 1/1 Phyrexian Might with toxic 1 and it can't block. 4 mana 3/4 seems less exciting because I feel like white wants to be more aggressive. And this is, you can return... Oh, you can return any other permanent. You can just bounce a land back to your hand. And then you can replay the land. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Being able to return any other permanent makes that a little bit easier to actually activate. So then 4 mana for 4/5 worth of stats. Can't 1/1 can't block, but at least get you another aggressive creature to kind of threaten your opponent with. This actually seems all right. I'm gonna go with like C+ on this one. Yep, you can replay the Mirrodin equipment cards. It's not like a huge payoff, but it does get you extra 2/2s. But I think with we've seen enough aura-based removal in white alone that this is another really great way to get around it. Yeah, C+ for Indoctrination Attendant. Next is Mythic Rare, Mondrak, Glory Dominus. 2 white for a legendary Phyrexian horror creature. It's a 4/4. If 1 or more tokens that would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead. Okay. Then you have 1 Phyrexian white, sacrifice 2 other artifacts and or creatures, put an indestructible counter on Mondrak, Glory Dominus. Huh. So if you're able to play this, and you've got 5 mana, just keeping 1 mana up and some life to make it indestructible right away. This is a good ass card. Hey, bare minimum, you're getting a 4 mana 4/4. Like, that's the floor. And then it just goes up from there. Easy A. And scary. It's any token. So your mites, your 2/2 rebels, cats. Scary. Yep, A. Petition rename it Momdrak. Or Mandark, the villain evil kid from Dexter's Lab. Alright, good. Next, Orthodoxy Enforcer, 3 and a white for a common Phyrexian Cleric. It's a 2/4 with Vigilance. And it has +2, +0, as long as you control 2 or more artifacts. It's okay. So even if you have the 2 Phyrexian Mites, you have a 4 mana 4/4 Vigilance. It's fine. For 4 mana, yeah, it's fine. That's just like a C. Not much really to talk about there. It's just... it's a guy. Next is another mythic Phyrexian Vindicator. White, 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 white for a 5/5 flyer. Fuck. If damage would be dealt to Phyrexian Vindicator, prevent that damage. When damage is prevented this way, Phyrexian Vindicator deals that much damage to any other target. Okay. It's Phyrexian Obliterator, but fuck you. So... this is an A-. This card's very good. If you get this to land and you get it to stick, you're going to win the game. But its casting cost is white, 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 white. That's not easy. So to be able to reliably cast this card, your deck needs to have like 11 or 12 planes in it. And if you don't have that many white sources, this is just going to be a dead card in your hand. Yeah, I'm only bringing it down a little bit just because that casting cost is painful. But it's a very good card. If you manage to draft mono white and you already have this card, yeah, you win by a billion. There's rarer lands that make Phyrexians easier to cast. Okay, but those are rare. Yeah, A- only because of the casting cost, but like this game's probably gonna make you win. Or this card. Jesus, okay, next. Also definitely showing up in Constructed, right? Dude, it's not even legendary! What the fuck? You can have multiples of these out. Jesus. Alright. White getting some love lately. Next. Porcelain Zealot. 3 and a white. For an uncommon Phyrexian soldier, that's a 2/3. At the beginning of your turn, sorry, at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If that creature has Toxic, instead it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Okay. So again, bare minimum with no other creature, Porcelain Zealot can make himself into a 3/4. On combat on your turn, and attacking is a 3/4, which is not awesome. It's just kind of okay. However, giving that if it's a toxic creature, giving it +2/+2 is kind of huge because then any of your little mites, those become threats now. What is toxic? Toxic is one of the new mechanics in the set, Arvsta. The way toxic reads is that if a creature deals combat damage to a player, they take that damage and they also gain poison counters equal to they're toxic. So, like if a 4/4 has toxic 1, hits a player, that player loses 4 life and then gains 1 poison counter. There's a lot of toxic. Make your own Britney Spears joke here. This guy actually seems solid. I quite like him. He's probably a B-, just because of how much toxic there is. And giving everyone +2/+2 is beefy. Done with her, can hang out now? Hell yeah, Chibi Acer, let's go. Yeah, I think it's a B- for Porcelain Zealot. You get multiples of these, just pop off. I like it. Next, Basilica Shepherd, 3 white for a common Phyrexian Angel. It's a 3/3 flyer. When you enter the battlefield, you create 2 1/1 Phyrexian Might, artifact creature tokens, toxic 1, creature can't block. I feel like 5 mana 3/3 flyers used to be not good, but they've kind of been like They've kind of been like better in the last few sets. And this one does get you a couple of mites at least. It's probably like a C. You can probably get way more exciting top-end cards at 5 mana for sure. But yeah, C. Next is Elish Norn, Mother of Machines. This is the mommy card. 4 and a white for a mythic legendary Phyrexian Praetor. It's a 4/7 Vigilance. If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Permanents entering the battlefield don't cause abilities of permanents your opponents to control to trigger. All right. None for you, all for me. And only 4 and a white, that's way too easy to cast. A+. 4/7 Vigilance. Yeah. A+. This is ridiculous. Basically, none of your opponent gets ETB effects, and you get double them. Jesus. How do you deal with Elish Norn if you're playing against her? At 7 toughness, maybe you can 2-for-1 her if you spend like a red damage spell plus a creature. All of your like artifact-based removal, or I'm sorry, enchantment-based won't hit her because when the enchantment enters the battlefield, the effect happens, which she shuts down. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, she's stupid. Actually stupid. There is that exile white spell, but you have to spend 6 mana to target Elish Norn with it. All right, I assume black has like some kind of murder effect. All right, neat. A+. Next is the Moran Bardiche. 4 and a white for an equipment with 4 Mirrodin. So it ETBs with a 2/2 red rebel creature token with the Bardiche equipped to him, and the equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has Vigilance. So you get for 5 mana, you get a 4/3 Vigilance, and for 3 and a white, you can re-equip it. Jesus Christ. Okay, so all these Mirrodin equipment cards have a very, very steep equipment cost just to be able to move it around. Yeah, 5 mana 4/3 is not super exciting. I think this is like another D+. Vigilance isn't strong enough to make it a really desirable effect. D plus for Moran Bardiche. Next is Plated Onslaught. 3 white for an uncommon instant with affinity for artifacts, which means this spell costs 1 less for each artifact you control. And it says creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Oh, so here's your mites payoff. If you have a bunch of little 1/1 toxic mites that can't block, they are artifact creatures. So then for white, you can have them all attack in as 3/2s, plus, any of your other creatures. It's a game plan card. See, okay, again. If you can cast this for 1 white or white, great spell. If you have to spend 4 or 5 mana on it, overcosted and less exciting. So it's not like a pseudo build around for the go wide / might decks. But if you get them in there, it'll be solid. See. You just don't want to put it in any white deck that you have. All Hero, Walker Bow, Big Jono. Thank you for the resubs. Next is Apostle of Invasion. 4 white for an uncommon Phyrexian Angel. It's a 4/4 flyer. Corrupted. Apostle of Invasion has double strike. Solid. That's a solid beefy angel. C+. At 6 mana, you have plenty of time to get your opponent up into having the poison counters. So a 6 mana 4/4 double striker could be a solid finisher. I can see this card being really good in sealed, especially because it's going to be slower games. You have more time to be able to cast it. But yeah, this card's solid. C+. King Ghidra, thank you for the Twitch Prime resub. And the final white card is the Eternal Wanderer. 4 white, legendary planeswalker at rare, not mythic. I don't like that. I don't like this, rare planeswalkers. I didn't like the uncommon planeswalkers from Core Set and War of the Spark, but sure. All right. She enters with 5 loyalty. No more than 1 creature can attack the Eternal Wanderer each combat. But, oh, what the fuck? Okay. That's great. Her +1 is exile up to 1 target artifact or creature. Return it at the beginning of that player's next end step. Okay. So you can use this to blink one of your own guys to get an extra ETB effect, or you can effectively phase out one of your opponent's creatures until their next turn. The end of their next turn. Sure. Her 0 is make a 2/2 white samurai creature token with double strike. That's fucking good. And her -4 is for each player, choose a creature that player controls. Each player sacrifices all creatures they control not chosen this way. How is she not mythic? You have so many options with this. For the most part, you're going to be making the 2/2 double strikers, and or you player make your opponent lose all their good shit, and you keep your best thing. A+. A+. It should be mythic. It's not, and that's upsetting, which means we're going to see these frequently, and I'm going to get very frustrated. All right. Amazing. Yeah, if you see this, you grab it and you play it. Yikes! Alright, well, let's move on to blue. The first blue card is Experience Ascent. Blue. Common instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1, +3, and flying, and toxic 1. That's a lot of words for a single blue. Solid. That works great defensively. You can use it offensively if you really want to get in. Give something toxic till end of turn for a reason. Obviously, it's a little bit better defensively than offensively because you're only getting +1, +3. But that's solid, yeah. This is a C. What a cheap combat trick. C. Next is the Font of Progress. Blue. Uncommon artifact. Font of Progress enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. You can pay 3, tap the Font of Progress. Target player mills X cards, where X is the number of oil counters on Font of Progress. This is a D-. But if you can proliferate a lot and make its oil counters go from 2 to like 4 or 5, then it's a legitimate win condition. Someone's gonna try it. Someone's gonna like try to meme the card in there and make it happen. It's a D-, unless you go like all in. Then it's like a C. Yeah, if you do it, achievement unlocked. Which means I'll have to do it at some point, yes. Next, Glistener Seer. Blue. For a common Phyrexian Advisor creature. 0/3. Enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. And you can tap the Glistener Seal, remove an oil counter, scry 1. That's a solid defensive speed card. A 1-mana creature that can at least scry you at minimum 3 times can really get its value back. If you proliferate extra scries and get even more out of it, awesome. Yeah, she's fine. See? I like it. Minor Misstep. Blue. An uncommon instant. Counter target spell with mana value 1 or less. It's F. Nah. No, this is definitely a constructed card at best. When you're playing draft or sealed, you should not expect a whole lot of 1-mana cards coming out of your opponent, so this just isn't even worth playing. I wouldn't even sideboard it in. It's not even impactful enough to spend a card to stop a 1-mana card. Yeah, this is an F. Don't play it. People are gonna like play this in like Legacy. Next, Atmosphere Surgeon. 1 of blue for an uncommon Phyrexian Wizard creature. 2/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Atmosphere Surgeon. Remove an oil counter from Atmosphere Surgeon. Target creature gains flying until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. That's a surprisingly aggressive blue card. Like 2 mana, 2/1, can attack in fine. It's probably going to get at least 1 attack in because he can always remove an oil counter to give himself flying and just to get in for 2. Not a great option, but he could. If you're able to proliferate additional oil counters so you can activate it more than once. Yeah, and you can remove an oil counter as many times as you want in a single turn. You just have to do it at sorcery speed. Yeah, I actually like this guy. I think he's another C. What's an oil counter? It's just a counter. But oil is just like another means of tracking it or giving it like a different name. The oil counter itself doesn't really do anything. It's just a different like resource that a lot of cards will use. Like other cards had like remove an oil counter, this gets indestructible end of turn. Just another type of counter, that's all. Moving on. Blue Sun's Twilight. X blue blue for a rare sorcery. Gain control of target creature with mana value X or less. If X is 5 or more, create a token that's a copy of that creature? Gaining control of any of your opponent's creature, super good. And if you pop this off for 7 total mana and you create a copy, you're going to win the game. That's a huge swing. Not many 5+ cost creatures. Doesn't matter. It's mana value X or less. You can pay 5 and still grab a 4 or 3 mana creature from your opponent and make a copy of it. That puts them down a creature and you up 1 or 2. That's a huge swing on the board. Easy A. Love it. I'm a fan of that card. I want to play this one a lot. Next, Bring the Ending. 1 in a blue for a common instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. But it also has Corrupted. If your opponent has 3 or more poison counters, just straight up counter that spell. Okay. It used to be kind of down on these cards. I used to be kind of down on these cards from like these sort of pseudo like mana drain effects or mana leak, but they had that they had this kind of card in Streets of New Capenna. And it was good in Streets of New Capenna. Make disappear. That's it, yeah. Yeah. Make disappear ended up playing out better than I thought it would, so maybe this one will end up being better too. Normally wouldn't be big on these, but I'm willing to give this like a C+. Like if you're playing like your blue control deck and you're just countering stuff until you can cast your Blue Sun's Twilight, I think it's a C+. And if you happen to get them corrupted, then you just got yourself a cheap counterspell. We'll see how it plays out, though. Could be wrong on that one. Next, Escaped Experiment. 1 in a blue for an artifact creature, Phyrexian Beast, a common. It's a 2/1. Whenever the Escaped Experiment attacks, target creature an opponent controls is -X -0 until end of turn, where X is the number of artifacts you control. Dude, this is another aggressive blue card. So at bare minimum, this attacks in as a 2/1 and gives one of a creature your opponent controls at least -1 -0 until end of turn. And that can get bigger, making your attacks better. Interesting. It reads like a C-, but I think it's I think if you get multiples of these and just keep swinging in on your opponent, this could pop off. Yeah, I'll say C- for now, but that's an aggressive blue card, which is very weird. Next is Experimental Augury, 1 in a blue for common instant. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Proliferate. So Proliferate is another returning mechanic. What Proliferate allows you to do is you can choose any number of permanents and or players that have counters on them. and then you can give them an additional counter. This means if you got creatures with +1/+1 counters, you can give them another one. If you got a planeswalker, you can give them an extra loyalty. If your opponents have -1/-1 counters, you can give them an extra -1/-1 counter. If your things have oil counters, you can give them an additional oil counter. And most importantly, if your opponent has a poison counter, you can give them another poison counter. So the proliferate is the best part of the card. I would like this more if you could put the cards into your graveyard and onto the bottom of your library in your order. There's got to be better ways of getting proliferate out in this set. So it reads like a D+. Unless there's like a spells matter themed. Yeah. Some spells decks may want it, but it just seems like a D+ to me. Yeah. Next. Issaquah Synthesizer. 1 in a blue for a common Phyrexian wizard. It's a 1/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Issaquah Synthesizer. As long as Issaquah Synthesizer has 4 or more oil counters on it, it gets +2/+0 and can't be blocked. Okay, so there's one of your spell payoffs. Yo, and what's kind of cool about this? Is normally you see this and be like, oh damn, I need to get a bunch of instants and sorceries. No, this would also work with artifact cards that has 4 Mirrodin. Because the artifact itself is non-creature. It just generates a creature and enters the battlefield, so you still get a creature out of it. That helps it. And if you're able to get this up to 4 counters from either casting that many non-creatures and or proliferating, a 3/3 unblockable is pretty huge. It'll take some work. But if it can get there, this guy's like a C. Maybe C+. Yo, Carnahan, thanks for the resub. Yeah, I could see myself putting this guy into the, like, a blue-white for Mirrodin deck, where the artifact creatures are doubling as spells, non-creature spells, and creatures, and making Issaquah Synthesizers pop off. That could be a fun draft. It seems like a C, though. It just takes a little bit of work, but if you get there, it's great. Next is Malkator's Watcher. That looks like a Protoss drone. 1 in a blue for an artifact Phyrexian drone to common. It's a 1/1 flyer with vigilance. And when it dies, draw a card. C+. Yeah, that rules. Love it. C+. Being able to nug your opponent for a couple points of damage. The fact that it's vigilance, it can still block when you really need it to, and you can cash it in for a card later. Love it. C+ for Malkator's Watcher. Next is Mercurial Spell Dancer. 1 in a blue for a rare Phyrexian rogue. She's beautiful. She's a 2/1. The Mercurial Spell Dancer can't be blocked. Jesus, okay. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Mercurial Spell Dancer. All right, we've seen this song and dance. But whenever Mercurial Spell Dancer deals combat damage to a player, you may remove 2 oil counters. If you do, when you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. All right. I mean, a 2-mana, 2/1 unblockable is fantastic. If you manage to get this to land on turn 2 and you already get in with it, that's great. I need like B- for Mercurial Spell Dancer, just because the ceiling is very high for her. Down on turn 2, already swinging in. I like it. And then in a spell's matter deck, eventually you can copy a spell. The important thing to note is that you can only remove the 2 oil counters to get the extra copy after she deals the combat damage to a player. So it has to be like second main phase after you swing in. Important to note. Still, B-. Next is Prologue to Phyrexia. One in a blue for a common instant. Each opponent gets a poison counter. Draw a card. Oh, Intuitive Giant, that's funny. I love the flavor text. Please, for science, tell me how it feels. Leave nothing out. For science. Sure. I mean, it cantrips itself. You get a poison counter on it. So again, like, you only really want to put this card into a deck that cares about Corrupted. You don't want to just throw this in, I don't know, blue-green or whatever. I don't even know what blue-green does. If you don't have cards that care about Corrupted, this doesn't do anything for you. You're just spending 2 mana to draw a card. And that's not very good. But if you have stuff that wants Corrupted, you want to make sure you're getting poison counters on your opponent, this will help towards it. Just make sure it's going into the right deck. It's probably still only a D+. For that, just not impactful enough. Yeah, I'll say D+. Next up is the Serum Snare. 1 in a blue for an uncommon instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If that permanent had mana value 3 or less, proliferate. I always kind of like these bounce spells. Normally they're hard to use because you want to cast these in such a way that it puts you up a card. Like, because you don't just want to like bounce a creature to back to your opponent's hand and your opponent can just recast the creature. That puts you down a card and they still have their guy. It does tempo play. But if you can use this to like if they're trying to cast a combat trick and you bounce them, or if you can hit a token with it, all that's great. That said, the proliferate clause makes this that much better. We've seen a lot of blue cards already care about non-creature spells or even getting oil counters. Ooh. The way this would read out is that you can cast this spell. Stuff like Ichor Synthesizer would get an oil counter, and then you can proliferate the oil counter because of the way the triggers would be on the stack. And with how aggressive we've actually seen some of the blue cards be, this card actually seems like it's going to be good. C+. Right, Silk Mirage. So if you target one of their Rebel tokens, they just lose the creature, and you get to proliferate. Very good. Yeah, super good against Rebel tokens, or even the Might tokens, if you really need to get rid of them, because then you get to... You just take them off the battlefield, and you get to proliferate. Yeah, I think C+ for Serum Snare. I think it's going to play out very strongly. Next is Thrumming Bird. Oh, he's cute. 1 in a blue for an uncommon Phyrexian bird. Horror? What do you mean horror? Look how cute he is. It's a 1/1 flyer, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, proliferate. Solid. That's like a C. I mean, if you put this down on turn 2, it won't really do you a whole lot because you need things with counters to proliferate before it actually does anything. I feel like it's going to lag behind just enough that's not going to be all that great. But it's a C. You just got to get to land. Next is the Blade of Shared Souls. 2 in a blue for rare artifact equipment. with Formiridin. So enters the battlefield with a 2/2 red rebel creature token, and you attach the Blade of Shared Souls to it. And then whenever Blade of Shared Souls becomes attached to a creature, for as long as Blade of Shared Souls remains attached to it, you may have that creature become a copy of another target creature you control. Equip cost 2. This one I like. For 3 mana, you at minimum, you get a 2/2. In the late game, your 2/2 just transforms into a second version of the best thing that you own. That's awesome. The important thing to remember is, as it reads, that that effect only happens when the equip happens. So if you like, it's not going to just be a copy of the best one. You need to like re-equip it to have that effect re-pop off. Yeah, this is better than all the white equipment that we've seen so far, but this is also a rare. Yeah, as long as it remains equipped, it's going to be a copy of that creature. But just know, if you ever want to change it into another creature you control, you need to pay for the re-equip cost to make the effect happen. Yeah, this just makes any of your tokens into better creatures. Very good. I like it. B+. Like that a lot. Next is the Chrome Prowler. Tuna blue for common artifact creature who's a Phyrexian cat. 3/2 with Flash. When Chrome Prowler enters the battlefield, tap target creature in opponent's controls. It's not quite a Flash Frostlynx. It's close, and I was always a fan of Frostlynx. So you can always flash this in as a surprise blocker to take out an opponent's thing. Yeah, again, this is another just aggressive creature. Play it at your opponent's end step to tap down their best blockers, so you make sure you get some attacks in. Or tap down pre-combat to prevent your opponent from being able to swing in. Yeah, that's just a fine card. See? See for that one. Next, Distorted Curiosity. Tuna blue for an uncommon sorcery. It also has Corrupted. This spell costs 2 less if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, and draw 2 cards. Hell yeah. This is just good divination. Divination has actually always been very, very solid in limited as of late. Like, especially if you're on the play, tuna blue to just draw 2 cards, great. But then if you have a deck where you're getting poison counters on your opponent, paying 1 blue to draw 2 cards is super good. I very much like Distorted Curiosity. It's very much a C+ card. But I'd be very happy to play these. Yeah. Divination with upside. Yeah, it is uncommon instead of common like divination, so which honestly makes sense. Next is the Eye of Melchior. 2 blue for a common artifact when it enters the battlefield. Scry 2. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, Eye of Melchior becomes a 4/4 Phyrexian Eye artifact creature until end of turn. And that's not quite there. It's another it's another aggressive card. Because it only becomes a 4/4 until end of turn, and chances are having an artifact enter the battlefield is going to happen on your turn, so you're just going to swing in with the 4/4. I could see this popping off in aggressive decks if you have enough artifacts to activate it to help make sure it's becoming a 4/4. And if you do, the Scry 2 is a nice little upside. How common are artifact creatures in the set? Common enough. Common enough that, like, I don't want to give it, like, I don't want to say like it's a full build around card, but in the right deck, it could pop off. It's probably like a C. If you're on the play and you got the artifacts, it will probably end up being more like a C+.
Sweet.
But if you're already going second, or if you're already behind, this is a pretty dead card, and it does not help you defensively. That's my only concern about it. It's aggressive blue card. Just remember that. Hey, Mana Beast, thanks for the resub. Next up is Gitaxian Raptor, 2 and a blue for a common Phyrexian bird. It's a 1/4 flyer. It enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it, and you can remove an oil counter from the Gitaxian Raptor. Gitaxian Raptor gets +1, -1 until end of turn. Okay. Yeah, notably not an artifact creature. It's like what is it? Mistwalker from Call Time, only using the oil counters to activate it instead of mana. This card's great. With 3 oil counters, this can work really well defensively, or even be able to be a decent flying threat. And then if you're able to proliferate and get extra oil counters on that for additional activations, it just becomes that much better. I like them. C+. Next is the Ichor Moon Gauntlet. Oh, is that Tamio? Ooh, yeah, it is. Looking good, girl. 2 and a blue for a mythic artifact. Planeswalkers you control have 0 proliferate and -12 take an extra turn after this one. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, choose a counter on target permanent. Put an additional counter of that kind on that permanent. Design-wise, that's awesome. Like, an artifact that can give your planeswalkers additional abilities, that's really cool. That's a cool idea. I like that a lot. Players are not permanents, no. And then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, like a single target basically gets to proliferate. All that said, this card is a fucking F. Don't play it. F? Absolutely an F. The only way this card is going to be good is if you have a Planeswalker in your deck. And if you have a Planeswalker in your deck, your Planeswalker has better options than proliferating, and it's not going to get to 12 to take an extra turn. And then taking a turn off to set up this artifact just to get a single target counter off of a non-creature spell is not good enough. Too slow, not impactful enough. This card's an F. Yeah, I agree, Lusovan. Like, even in a constructed deck, you would want multiple planeswalkers for this to really pop off. Moving on. Mesmerizing Dose. 1 blue blue common aura, enchanted creature. When mesmerizing dose enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature, then proliferate. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Hell yeah. It's charmed sleep, and you get to proliferate on top of that. I'm gonna assume this is blue's removal spell. That's great. Probably like a B- for it, just for being blue's removal spell. Sucks versus Elvish Norn. Well, if we go by that, every card is an F, because no card is good against Elvish Norn. Would this do nothing if your opponent has Norn? Correct. No, I take that back. It would still make the creature not untap during its controller's untap step. It just wouldn't tap him down first or proliferate. So, at least kind of gets around it. Next, Reject Imperfection. 1 blue for an uncommon instant. Choose counter target spell. If that spell's mana value is 3 or less, proliferate. This is cancel with minor upside. That's not very good. Cancel's never been strong enough. 3 mana for a counterspell is too expensive. This is a D. You don't want this. Yeah, obligatory cancel plus. Next is Tamio's Logbook, 2 and a blue for an uncommon artifact. Pay 5 and a blue, tap it, draw a card. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each other artifact you control. Oh, for each other artifact. Oh, Jesus. So it doesn't even count itself? How cheap would I want this to be that it gets to the point that I'm happy to spend the mana to draw a card? And I think the answer would be if I have 4 other artifacts. Yeah, even a total of 3 mana to spend it, having 3 other artifacts, you gotta spend 3 mana to draw a card. It's still, I feel like it's asking for a lot. I'm not into it. This seems too expensive and too slow. The fact that it doesn't see itself and at least bring it down to like 5. Nah, I don't like it. This is going to be a D-. Again, slightly better in sealed though, because it's going to be slower matches and you got more time to dump mana into something. Solid sealed card. In draft though, D-. Unless you have like a billion artifacts and you can get this costing down to a single blue mana. Then it's super good, yeah. But again, it's that pseudo, not really build around, but like it only wants to go in certain decks. Next is the Trawler Drake, 2 and a blue for an uncommon Phyrexian Drake. Flyer. It's a 0/0, but it enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it, and it gets +1/+1 for each oil counter on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Trawler Drake. Huh. This reminds me a lot of the Homeboy that become a 3/3 unblockable with 4 oil counters. 3 mana 1/1 isn't awesome. However, One spell later, and you have a 3-mana 2/2. Solid. But as soon as you get this to having 3 oil counters, and you have a 3-mana 3/3 flyer, then it's amazing. So getting this guy down, then having like a single non-creature spell that has proliferate on it, this thing can really pop off. This guy actually seems really good. Ooh. Again, in a spells matter deck? Kind of reminds me like Cackling Drake in it, sort of, kind of. Yeah. I want to lean like, kind of want to lean like B for Trawler Drake. I assume there's like a spells matter theme. Next up, Unctus. Unctus Grand Metatect. 1 blue for a rare legendary artifact creature, Phyrexian Vidalcan. That's a 2/4. Other blue creatures you control have, whenever this creature becomes tapped, draw a card, then discard a card. Other artifact creatures you control get +1/+1. And for Phyrexian blue, so either a blue mana or 2 life, until end of turn, target creature you control becomes a blue artifact in addition to its other colors and types. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so I imagine there's going to be a cycle of one of these in every single color. I kind of want to call him Uncle Unctus. Has anyone else done that yet? Uncle Unctus? He's a blue lord. If you have other artifact creatures, you get +1/+1. So the big thing is that his the other blue creatures that say when this creature card becomes a tapped, draw a card, then discard a card. That's not a may. You have to do that. So keep in mind how many cards you have left in your deck, and then also keep in mind keeping cards in your hand to be able to loot away for stuff worth drawing. Otherwise, Unctus is great for a blue lord. I like him a lot. He's like a B+. Not quite A because he doesn't auto win the game as soon as you play him, but he's very good. B+. Next, Unctus's Retrofitter. 2 and a blue for an uncommon Phyrexian Artificer. 2/3. Toxic 1? Is this the first blue creature we've seen with Toxic? It is. Okay. So blue likes proliferate and oil counters. Doesn't really have much for Toxic. Okay. When Unctus's Retrofitter enters the battlefield, up to 1 target artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/4 for as long as Unctus's Retrofitter remains on the battlefield. Oh. It's oh, fuck. Not Trophy Mage. Fuck. You know what I'm talking about. They've had like the blue 2/2 creature before that makes something into a 4/4 so long as it exists. This one's a little bit better because it's a 2/3 for 3 mana. I mean, the Toxic 1 on there is whatever. Yeah, this has options. Make any one of your artifacts into a sudden 4/4. If you have a Phyrexian Might instead of a 1/1 Toxic 1, you've got a 4/4 Toxic 1 that can start swinging in. Yeah, this is actually a little bit better than This is a little bit better than these kinds of cards that we've seen in other sets before. This is the best version of it, frankly. Very solid. C+. Next, Encroaching Mycosynth. Ew, okay. 3 in a blue for a rare artifact. Non-land permanents you control are artifacts in addition to other types. The same is true for permanent spells you control and non-land permanent cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. So this is another one of those cards that just... It just makes everything you have into, what you call it? Into artifacts. This is another F. Yeah, this is a constructed card. No. F. Moving on. Gitaxian Anatomist. 3 in a blue for a common Phyrexian wizard. 2/5. When Gitaxian Anatomist enters the battlefield, you may tap it. If you do, proliferate. Oops. That's fine. The 2/5 stats isn't awesome. You're basically paying for a big butt that can proliferate but can't block for you right away. So you don't even get to use his butt. This is like a D+. If you have no other means of proliferating and you're desperate for something, sure. But yeah, this very much reads as like my 23rd card. Not into it. Next is Jace, the Perfected Mind. Completed Jace. Do you guys like how his art is basically like a throwback to his Mind Sculptor art, but now he's got the, I don't know, snake lights coming out of him? So Jace the Perfected Mind, Mythic Planeswalker. 2 blue Phyrexian blue. So you can pay for 4 mana or 3 mana and 2 life to bring him down. But if you pay life, he enters the battlefield with 2 fewer loyalty counters. He normally comes in with a 5. He has +1 until your next turn. Up to 1 target creature gets -3, -0. -2. Target player mills 3 cards. Then if a graveyard has 20 or more cards in it, any graveyard, you draw 3 cards. Otherwise, you draw a card. -X, target player mills 3 times X. That's good. I actually kind of like how all of his abilities is just milling, since any other Jace Planeswalker card has always been about drawing a card. That's actually kind of a nice little flavor thing they did there. That's kind of cool. So the dream is you get him down and you start plussing him. And if your opponent can't deal with it, even in a single turn, you can -6, make your opponent mill 18. If you manage to get up to 7, you can make the opponent mill up to 21. And by that point, they just lose. Jace is an A. Like, this guy could come down super late in the game when the opponent is already, like, out of card. They're only down to, like, 15, 16, 17 cards left in their deck. And suddenly a full cost Jace shows up and makes the opponent go down to 2, 3, 4 cards left in their deck. Homeboy can drop an ultimate immediately. Yeah, Jace is an A. I like it. The +1 ability and the -X ability are the best ones. Like, losing 2 loyalty to mill him just to maybe draw. I guess if you, if there is a graveyard that has 20 more cards in it and you just want to be able to draw 3 cards instead, that's something. But otherwise, for the most part, having a graveyard with 20 more cards in it is not going to happen very often. So for the most part, his plus and his -X abilities are the ones you're going to want to pop off. Like him. Hey. Meldweb Curator. 3 and a blue for a common Phyrexian wizard. When it enters the battlefield, put up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. Yeah. Just helps guarantee you get to replay your best spell out of your graveyard. These cards always end up playing okay. This is like a C. 4 mana, 3/4. Little, slightly on the understated side, but blocks well and helps get you another spell. Yeah, it's a C. He's fine. The day they finally killed Jace. They won't. Even as he's completed now, he's going to survive for some reason and or come back for some reason. Doesn't matter. If nothing else, they should kill Jace, because nothing would make me happier than to remove Jace as the quote-unquote poster boy of Magic, especially since the poster boy of Magic has been Chandra for like the past 5 years now. Just accept it. Next is the Mind Splice Apparatus. Whoops, sorry. 3 and a blue for a rare artifact. Flash. At the beginning of your upkeep, put an oil counter on Mind Splice Apparatus. Instant and sorceries you cast cost 1 less to cast for each oil counter on Mind Splice Apparatus. This is actually worse than that Mythic, whatever. I'd rather play this. This is like a D, but even in a deck that would care about it, the most it would be good at would be like C-. It's cute. Yeah, just seems like a cute card. It's like D. I don't think it's going to be worth it. Next, Tamio's Immobilizer. Oh, I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. 3 and a blue for an uncommon artifact. It enters the battlefield with 4 oil counters on it. You can tap it, remove an oil counter from Tamio's Immobilizer, tap target artifact or creature. This is like more balanced Icy Manipulator. The fact that you don't need to spend mana to activate it is actually kind of huge. Bad Icy Manipulator? No. Not bad. More balanced. Still good. I would still be happy playing one of these. I would say B- for it, to be honest. And again, if you're playing blue, if you can proliferate and keep oil counters on this and continue to tap creatures down, that's huge. Oh yeah, Icy Manipulator is absolutely better because it's using mana instead of counters. But this one is good enough that you'll be happy playing it. B- for the Immobilizer. Oh, Peggy90, thank you for the resub, by the way. Appreciate your lurk. Next, oh boy, Tekuthal Inquiry Dominus? 2 blue for Legendary Phyrexian Horror, Mythic, 3/5 flyer. If you would proliferate twice instead. 1 Phyrexian blue. Remove 3 counters from among other artifacts, creatures and planeswalkers you control. Put an indestructible counter on Tekuthal, Inquiry, Dominus. Tekuthal? Tekuthal? I have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce it, but that's what I came up with. This is another super good dude. Easy A. Again, it's kind of the same thing where, like, baseline stats, you have a 4-mana 3/5 flyer. That's great. I'm happy playing it just for that. And then you get the proliferate bonus. I actually kind of like how the proliferate bonus helps set up his own extra activation. Just throw a bunch of counters wherever you need it, and then you remove 3 total counters to make them indestructible. Yep. Love it. Hey. Big fan. Next card is Transplant Theorist. 3 blue for an uncommon artifact creature, Phyrexian Artificer. It's a 2/4. Whenever a Transplant Theorist or another artifact creature... Whenever Transplant Theorist or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Alright, so it's a 4-mana 2/4 that loots. And you can pay 2 mana to put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. Cool. So you can loot, then you also got a way of making sure you'll never deck yourself. Nice, I like them. See. Slightly understated, but if it sets you up to have multiple loots. I like it. Next is the Meldweb Strider. There's a vehicle in this set. 4 and a blue for a common artifact vehicle. The vehicle is a 5/5 vigilance and it enters the battlefield with an oil counter. You can remove an oil counter from Meldweb Strider. It becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. Crew cost is 3. Don't think it's quite good enough. I mean, it's a 5-mana 5/5. And I wouldn't really want to remove an oil counter until I could proliferate and get more oil counters on it, because the crew cost of 3 is steep enough. Yeah, and even then it's a 5/5 vigilance that can get easily chumped. It blocks decently alright. Yeah, slightly dorky, but there are worse things you could put in the deck. Be like, yeah. See, the thing is, like, I wouldn't even want to activate this until I proliferated once, because once you proliferate and remove the oil counter, you can't then proliferate to get more oil counters on it, because you need a counter on there already. It's probably somewhere between D+ and C- for the Meldweb Strider. I'd lean D+. Next is the Quicksilver Fisher. 3 blue for a common Phyrexian Drake. It's a 4/3 flyer. And when it enters the battlefield, draw a card, discard a card. That's good. Yeah, good. C+. Happy playing that. Alright, last couple blue cards, and we're moving on to black. Vivisurgeon's Insight. 3 blue. Draw 3 cards. Proliferate. Ooh, that art is kind of horrifying. So they've had like 5 mana draw 3 cards before. It was like Jace's Ingenuity. Other ones. And they were always just kind of okay. I think it's kind of the same thing here. C-. I would much rather play the Corrupted Divination in multiples before my first one of this. Yeah, C- for Vivisurgent Insight. And the final blue card, the Watchful Blisterzoa. 4 blue for an uncommon Phyrexian jellyfish. Aren't those the what you call it from the Matrix? It's a 4/4 flyer and enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it. And when Watchful Blisterzoa dies, draw cards equal to the number of oil counters on it. Yo! That's solid. At minimum, you got a 6 mana 4/4 flyer, which is for those stats is very strong. And if it dies, it just replenishes itself, potentially more if you have proliferate options. I actually think this card's really good. Like, at 4 blue, like, this does not go into your aggressive deck that's trying to win quickly. This is like a great control deck, slower payoff. Because the flying 4/4 is beefy and gets the extra cards when the opponent deals with it. Not quite like this. B- for Watchful Blisterzoa. Seems like you use this for the long con. Yeah, like I said, a more controlling deck where you're using the the counter spells and stuff to last until you can cast something like this guy. That's where you want to be. All right, that's blue. Moving on. First black card, Annihilating Glare. Black, common sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, pay 4 or sacrifice an artifact or creature. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Okay. So it's Bone Splitters. Or even they've had a card like this before, but it was like pay 3 or sack. Yep. Always happy playing these, especially if you have a deck that's making a bunch of the 1/1 mites. That gives you a sack outlet for them. Or even at like 5 mana, destroy target creature or planeswalker is pretty good. It is sorcery speed, which is a bit of the bummer. But I think generally you're going to be happy playing at least 1 or 2 of these in your deck. So B-. Next up, the Bilious Skull Dweller. No, it is Bilious. Bilious Skull Dweller. Black for an uncommon Phyrexian insect. It's a 1/1. Death Touch Toxic 1. That's actually a really cool design. A 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch is excellent. That's going to block anything. And then if you get to attack with it, your opponent doesn't want to block because they'll lose what they block with. And if they don't block, you get a poison counter on them. Dude, hell yeah. Good Skull Dweller. Another B- for that guy. I'd be happy playing those. Next is the Black Sun's Twilight. Oh no. Yep, there's a Twilight in every one of them. X and a black for a rare instant. Up to 1 target creature gets -X until end of turn. If X is 5 or more, return a creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That's great. B+. So if you spend a total of 5 mana, you give something -4 and -4, which from what I've seen kills everything in this set except Elesh Norn. But then you also get another creature back out of your graveyard, so it just has upside from there. And if you manage to spend a total of 6 mana on this, or... I'm sorry, yeah, I gotta spend 6 mana on this or more to get the extra creature. Yeah. The -X gets around Indestructible that we've seen. It can also be used as a combat trick for pretty cheap. Yeah, this is just a good card. B+. Especially if you can spend a total of 6 mana or more on this, so that you can get a creature back. Hey, Duress is back. Black, sorcery common, Opponent reveals their hand. You pick a non-creature, non-land card. That player discards that card. It's still a D. That said, I'd be happy grabbing some of these for the sideboard. Because if I'm playing an opponent that's doing like the spells matter stuff, or if they're playing the 4 Mirrodin artifacts, this card gets better. Because this will take out the artifacts, which is effectively removing a creature from the opponent. So this card does have sideboard potential if your opponent is playing enough of those kinds of cards in their deck. So D, but I wouldn't be upset having one of these as an option. The Vat of Rebirth, black for an uncommon artifact. Whenever another artifact or creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on the Vat of Rebirth. 2 and a black, tap, remove 4 oil counters from the Vat of Rebirth. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so black does have some reanimation options. Four oil counters? I mean, obviously it's best if you get it down on turn 1. Yeah, if you don't get this down like in the first 5 turns, it's not worth it. Yeah, I think that might be just too slow. I haven't seen enough. Unless black has other discard options to like cheat something out that costs a lot. Or even having proliferate, still. Yeah, I think it's gonna be too slow. I'm leaning D for Vat of Rebirth. Could be fodder for that 1 mana removal. You mean the Annihilating Glare? It could, but you don't want to put a card in your deck just to maybe improve your other removal spell. They have way more options of using with it. Yeah, I don't think it's strong enough. I'm leaning D. Because if you don't get this down in the first 5 turns, it's just a waste of a card. Next, Whisper of the Dross. Black. Common instant. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Proliferate. Oh, hell yeah. Now that's efficient. I'm into that. C+. This easily kills any one of those goddamn mites. In a combat situation, you can use it as a combat trick to help make you block better. And then you just get the bonus of Proliferate on top of all that for only 1 mana. This is great. C+. Big fan. Big fan. Also, blue had a fair amount of, like, 2/1s that this could also hit. Yep, like it. Like it a lot. Next is Anoint with Affliction. 1 and a black for a common instant. Exile. Target creature if it has mana value 3 or less. Corrupted. If your opponent has 3 or more poison counters, exile that creature. Yo? Now that's efficient. Scroll up just a bit. Okay. Yeah, so 1 in a black, exile a creature that has mana value 3 or less, and if you manage to poison your opponent 3 times, this is just 1 in a black, exile target creature. That's strong. B. I would not want to play this in multiples in a deck that can't corrupt the opponent. I'd probably play 1. And only multiples if I am, like, planning on corrupting. Next is Blight Belly Rat. 1 and a black for a common Phyrexian rat. It's a 2/2. It has Toxic 1, and when Blight Belly Rat dies, proliferate. Alright, black's getting all the proliferate options, Jesus. So white has been Toxic, blue has been oil counters, black has been proliferate. Interesting. There's another bear with upside. Can you proliferate poison counters? Yes, you absolutely can. Yeah, that's just a solid rat. See. Happy to play those. Next is Drown in Ichor. That is horrifying art. 1 of black for an uncommon sorcery. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. Proliferate. Okay, so all the removal in black so far has been kind of amazing. Another B. Sorcery speed's a bit of a bummer, but still very good. Yeah, another B for Drown in Ichor. Next, Fleshless Gladiator. 1 in a black for a common Phyrexian skeleton. It's a 2/2, but also says Corrupted. You can pay 2 in a black. Return Fleshless Gladiator from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. You lose 1 life. Okay. So it's another bear that can keep coming back if you've got the life in a corrupted opponent. I think I like that more than the Blight Belly Rat. Yeah, C+ for Fleshless Gladiator. Again, C+ if you're going to corrupt your opponent. If you're not going to do that, then this is just like a C-. Next is Necrogen Communion. 1 in a black for an uncommon aura. Enchant creature you control. Enchanted creature has Toxic 2. This is the first time we've seen Toxic more than 1. When the enchanted creature dies, return that card to the battlefield under your control. Huh.
Sweet.
Fine. It's almost kind of plays out as like as a sorcery speed combat trick, if that makes sense. Because you want to play this on your turn in a way that you know the creature is going to get in and land Toxic 2. Because after that turn, your opponent's going to do everything in their power to make sure that creature never gets in again. Whether it's a removal spell or leaving out blockers or whatever. If you can get this on an evasive creature, obviously it gets better. But, you know, opponent can always have spot removal or whatever for it. And it does bring the creature back when they die, which is a little bit better. This actually seems alright. I think in an ideal situation, at most, you'll maybe be able to get 1 swing in before your opponent deals with it. It's still just an aura, which doesn't make it super exciting, but it's kind of a cool aura because it gives Toxic 2. C- for Necrogen Communion. Andros, thanks to the resub, and Coreflux, thanks for the bits. It's good if the opponent is tapped out. Yeah, but you can say that for most cards. C-, maybe D+. Just so you can quickly get, like, Toxic on your opponent. Next is Offer Immortality. 1 and a black for common instant. Target creature gains Death Touch and Indestructible until end of turn. Yeah, I mean, that's a combat trick that will get you up a card because you protect yours and kill whatever one is blocked or blocking it. You can also use this as meaning of protecting one of your creatures outside of combat. Yeah, that's fine. It's still like a D+. You can definitely get way more impactful stuff. That's fine. Next is a Pestilent Siphoner. 1 and a black for a common Phyrexian insect. It's a 1/1 flyer with Toxic 1. Sure, seems fine. It's like a C- for that guy. The dream would be able to get this down on turn 2. And then if you like Necrogen Communion at turn 3, and then you can poison your opponent for 3. Yeah, solid. Yeah, C-. Next is Scheming Aspirant. 1 and a black for an uncommon Phyrexian Advisor. It's a 1/3. Whenever you proliferate, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. We've seen a lot of means of proliferating in the set. And it's a 1/3, so it blocks a lot of the early game stuff. Yeah, this is like another kind of pseudo control card. And that drain's going to add up. I like it. See. Which, again, it's a C in the right deck. In a deck that proliferates. If you don't have any proliferate cards, this is just a bad card. So, C in card, if you have a black deck with lots of proliferate. If you don't have that, then this is a D. Moving on. Sheoldred's Edict. A new Edict effect. 1 a black for an uncommon instant. Choose 1. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. Each opponent sacrifices a creature token, or each opponent sacrifices a planeswalker. Edict effects are always only ever kind of okay. Mostly because for the most part, you want to use this to hit an opponent's their best creature. And if they have multiple creatures out, they're just going to sacrifice something else. It is a decent sideboard card if you know your opponent has a planeswalker, though, because this does answer the planeswalker very cheaply and efficiently. It reads like a C-. But I could be wrong on this one. Maybe it plays out better because of the way it's worded, because it forces them to sacrifice a non-token creature or a creature token specifically. But even then, your opponent typically has multiple creatures of either or out. It reads like a C-, but otherwise a great sideboard answer to planeswalkers. It's one of those removal spells that's better in the early game than it is in the late game. Yeah, C-. Vran Executioner Thane. 1 a black for a legendary Phyrexian vampire at rare. It's a 2/2. Whenever 1 or more other creatures you control die, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. Jesus! That's a good bear. A good bear that like punishes your opponent for blocking? Or makes your sacks better? That's great. B+. Imagine having Vran Executioner Thane and you're making nothing but those 1/1 little fucking mites. And you swing it in. Because who cares if it dies? If the opponent blocks it, you're just going to drain him for 2. Yeah, B+. Next, Ambulatory Edifice. 2 and a black for an uncommon artifact creature. Phyrexian Construct. Uncommon. 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 life. When you do, target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Okay. That's an interesting design. You can kind of use this as like a almost skeleton archer-like effect. Where you just pop this down, pay the 2 life, get something -1/-1 to kill it. Or you play this post-combat after your opponent has done blocks and blocked in such a way that they left their best creature up with 1 toughness remaining, and then you pop this guy down to kill it. I feel like there's enough 1 toughness things that this will almost always have a target. I'm leaning C+. 2 life is kind of expensive. I mean, in the early game, you're happy to play it, and in the late game, it's a May, so at worst, it's a 3-mana 3/2. But it's got some options in there for potentially pinging away an opponent's creature. I'll say C+. Next is Bone Picker Scourge. 2 and a black. For a common Phyrexian Imp, it's a 2/2 flyer. As long as the opponent has 3 more poison counters, the Bone Picker Scourge has Death Touch and Lifelink. Yo. That's great. I'm happy having a 3-mana 2/2 flyer as it is. And then once your opponent is corrupted, then you just got like a very valuable 2/2 flyer. I like them. C+. Next, Chittering Skitterling. Well, that's fun to say. 2 and a black for a 1/4 Phyrexian uncommon rat. Corrupted. You can sacrifice an artifact or a creature, draw a card. Ooh. Okay. So this is like black market. Fuck. I don't remember those cards. I saw that rat in Parasite Eve. Yeah, all these Phyrexian creatures are just Parasite Eve monsters. Black Market Tycoon, Skullport Merchant. Thank you. That was both of those. Yes. No, that's awesome. Now that's a corrupted payoff. And you can do it's at instant speed. You can do it as many times as you want. Oh no, only once each turn. Ah, still worth. No, like it a lot. Good. Again, and a deck that's going to corrupt the opponent. This is an easy B. If you're not doing that, then this is just a 1/4 D+. Not even D+, just D. I like them. Next, Cutthroat Centurion. 2 and a black for an artifact Phyrexian warrior creature at common. It's a 2/2. You can sacrifice another artifact or creature, and it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. I'm less into this one. The art is awesome. Just because he's holding up an axe with someone else's arm still holding on to that axe. That's pretty metal. That's not a great sacrifice payoff. Only once per turn. I don't think it's quite worth it. This reads like a D to me. Unless there's like another red what you call it? Steal your opponent's creature until end of turn. And then you need a means of sacrifice, an easy sacrifice outlet. But on its own, in a vacuum, just a D. Next is Geth, Thane of Contracts. 1 black for a legendary Phyrexian zombie at rare. It's a 3/4. Other creatures you control get -1/-1. Okay. And it has 1 black. Tap. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains, if this creature would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. Activate only as a sorcery. So this is a... It's like a reverse lord? Huh. I don't get it. So like a 3-mana 3/4 is great. Happy for that. But it gives all of your creatures -1/-1. That's a steep cost for having this guy down for like a sorcery speed reanimate effect. Yeah, it would kill all your mites. Huh. I feel like it could be powerful. I just don't know how yet. It's not a bomb. Dude, that's so weird. I'm leaning like C+, B- at best. But that's tough. Probably more C+. That's hard to use. It does weaken all your guides. The thing is though, like, it can reanimate anything in your graveyard for 3 mana. And if you keep doing it, like, your opponent's gonna want to deal with Geth. That's a weird card. And if they deal with Geth, anything you reanimate just gets back up to the normal stats. Fucking weird, man. Jeez. I'm gonna stick with a C+. But I feel like this card could be a trap. I have no idea. That's the weirdest card I've seen so far. That's so weird. Yo, Michael Castaldo, thanks for the tier 3 sub. And Cumpler64, thank you for the 92 months. Weird card. Moving on. Infectious Inquiry. 2 black for a common sorcery. You draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. Each opponent gets a poison counter. I like these cards less than the these like black divinations. I don't like as much as like the card selection black draw cards. Like in the original Dominaria, it was like 3 and a black, look at the top 4, pick 2. other two go in the graveyard, you lose 2 life. I prefer those cards in black than just this weaker divination. Still, it's fine. D+. Where can you find this list at? I'm using scryfall.com. I want to move on. Christ. Karumonix, the Rat King. 1 black for a legendary Phyrexian rat. Rare. It's a 3/3. Toxic 1. Other rats you control have Toxic 1. When Karumonix enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal any number of rat cards from among them and put the revealed cards into your hand. Okay. How many blight belly rats do you have to draft to make this guy super good? Oh, the chittering skitterling is also a rat. That's 3 rats so far. Okay, so yeah, this is one of those things where like you need to math out the equation. How many rats do you need in your deck to draw an additional rat or 2 off the top 5 of your cards playing the Rat King? Chances are it's too many for not good enough cards. Generally speaking, this is a 3-mana 3/3 with Toxic 1. Generally. He's a C. Oh, those are the only 3 rats in this set? Oh. Huh. Alright, then he's a C. However, the meme potential of trying to draft Rat Tribal could be really funny. Next, Phyrexian Arena. 1 black for a rare enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you draw a card and lose 1 life. Reprint! I'm more sad about Vraska getting completed than anything else. I don't give a shit about Jace. But Vraska getting completed makes me sad. Especially since I just wanted these 2 to fuck. Is it too slow for draft? No. If you pop this down on turn 3, you're going to win. Because you're drawing 2 cards a turn. That's huge. It's only bad in the late game, but if you get it down early enough, like, damn. I think it's still enough to be a B. It would make me want to play black if you can get down early enough and really go with it. But yeah, there is the downside potential of getting into your hand way too late and losing because of it. Still, good enough for a B. Next, the Stinging Hive Master. 2 and a black for a common Phyrexian Warlock. It's a 3/2 with Toxic 1. And when the Stinging Hive Master dies, create a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might Artifact creature with Toxic 1, and this creature can't block. Yeah, that's fine. See? Again, if the 1/1 could block, this would go up by a lot. Otherwise, it's just a C. Vraska's Fall. 2 and a black for a common instant. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker and gets a poison counter. And the flavor text. The flavor text is sad. So this is what I was talking about earlier when we had, what was that? There's like the other one in a black edict. I already forgot whose edict it was. And at 3 mana, this is like a worse version of that edict. This is probably still just like a D+. Very clunky removal. At least it's instant speed, but again, if they have any might, you're just going to get a might with this instead, and that's very like less good. So, not into Vraska's fall. And because I don't want Vraska to fall. Who am I kidding? I would still smash. Next, the Archfiend of the Dross. 2 black for a rare Phyrexian demon. It's a 6/6 flyer. And enters the battlefield with 4 oil counters on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, remove an oil counter from the Archfiend of the Dross. Then if it has no oil counters on it, you lose the game. It also has, whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, its controller loses 2 life. Huh. That's pretty good. There's a lot of proliferate options in black. Oh, so this is like your black-blue playoff, where you're getting like a bunch of proliferates and oil counters and stuff. So basically you have... It comes down with 4. Next turn you have 3, attack. Next turn you have 2, attack. Next turn you have 1, attack. You basically get 3 turns to attack with this. Which is a 6/6 flyer. That's pretty threatening. Plenty of time. Yeah, so you attack with this, and if your opponent is able to have flying blockers, you're still nugging them for 2. And then from there, it's just making sure you can proliferate to keep it around. Yeah, I would... This card can win even in a non-proliferate deck just because it's big and it's scary and your opponent has to deal with it. Or have blockers. Otherwise, they're looking at losing up to 18 life from this guy alone. Or even if you have like a bounce spell. I like him enough, though, that I think he's an A-. Just because... Oof, I mean, any card that says you lose the game is kind of scary. Let's be real. Still, A-. Feed the Infection. 3 and a black for an uncommon sorcery. You draw 3 cards and you lose 3 life. But it also says Corrupted. Each opponent also loses 3 life. That's the thrill of it? Yeah, think of the thrill of the possibility. I actually don't hate this one. I want this to be like a surprise finisher. Your opponent gets down to 3 and you just feed the Infection. Or you go for the double kill and just get a draw. That's the achievement unlocked. You cast Feed the Infection and you cause a draw. I like this more than the other card draw options. This is like a C- to me. I would not play more than 1 though. I draw and redraw. Got him. Next is a Necrosquito. 3 and a black for an uncommon Phyrexian insect. It's a flyer. It's a 0/0, but enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. It gets +1/+1 for each oil counter on it. Whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Necrosquito. So this is a lot like the blue... Fuck, I already forgot his name. The 2 and a blue comes with an oil counter, but then whenever you cast non-creature spell, you get an oil counter. This is the same thing, only you want your stuff to die, and it's a 4-mana 2/2 flyer. No, that's still good. Yeah, same thing. It's a 4-mana 2/2 flyer, and then as soon as one of your things dies, you have a 3/3 flyer for 4 mana. That still seems really good to me. I like it. B-. B- for Necrosquito. Yeah, and then if you have any proliferate options, he's just going to get bigger and better. I like it. Next is Phyrexian Obliterator. Black, 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 black. Mythic, rare, Phyrexian Horror, 5/5 Trample. Whenever a source deals damage to Phyrexian Obliterator, that source's controller sacrifices that many permanents. It's pretty bad. F-. If you guys end up opening any of these in your pack, don't even bother throwing it away because that's an insult to your trash can. Instead, I'll take care of it. Just put it in an envelope, double sleeved for no reason, and then mail it to me. All right, cool. We're on agreements. Nice. We'll move on. So, okay, here's the thing. This is kind of the same thing as the white Phyrexian, what was it? Phyrexian Vindicator. This is an incredibly powerful card. But we're playing limited here. And his casting cost is black, 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 black. That's not easy to get off. So because of that, he's closer to like a B minus than he is just like outright A plus. That's the unfortunate truth. But if you're in a seat that black is so open that you can draft mono black or near mono black, it's better. Yeah, I would pick one it, and then aggressively draft black, but I would not try to pivot into black seeing this card. Does Obliterate's effect work even if the damage destroys it? Yes. So yeah, it's still only like B- grade just because of its casting cost. But if you get it down, you're going to win. Next. The Ravenous Necro Titan. 2 black, black for an uncommon Phyrexian Horror. That's a 6/6. And when he enters the battlefield, sacrifice a creature unless an opponent has 3 or more poison counters. In a 4-mana curve out situation, that's super good. Because you're going to have something to sacrifice, and then you just got yourself a big dick swinging. And if you have the corruption, then you just have a 4-mana 6/6. That's great. But, you know, if you have an empty board and then you draw this, then you just have a worthless card. So I think there's enough upside potential. This card is pretty solid. I'd lean like C++. But just know there will be situations that you aren't able to actually cast it because all your creatures are dead. And you don't have anything else to sacrifice. It could happen. Next, Shieldred Headcleaver. 3 and a black for a common Phyrexian warrior. It's a 2/4 menace with Toxic 2. We've finally got some other creatures with Toxic 2 on it. Okay. No, it's not very good though. That's still not very good. The Menace makes it like, ooh, Menace. It's easier for it to get in and deal Toxic too. Sure, but it's also only a 2/4 Menace, so it's going to be very easy for your opponent to double block it and not really get punished for it. It's a filler card, D. Next is the Testament Bearer, 3 and a black for a common Phyrexian warrior. It's a 4/1. Well, when the Testament Bearer dies, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. Interesting. So she blocks way better than she attacks. Because that 4 power is going to block super well. She doesn't attack well because some little 1 power shithead's going to block her, and then that's not great. It's probably still a filler card. I like her more than the Head Cleaver. So I'll say like D+. But it is just more of a... It's a weirdly defensive card. Next is... These are freaking weird names. Drivnod Carnage Dominus. 3 black for a mythic rare legendary Phyrexian horror. It's an 8/3. Oh, still dies to Crawworm. If a creature dying causes... Oh, if a creature dying causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Phyrexian black. Exile 3 creatures from your graveyard. Put an indestructible counter on Drivnod. Oh. That seems the easiest one to do. Of the whole, like... sacrifice stuff to make something get indestructible. Getting creature cards from your graveyard doesn't seem all that bad. For the most part, you could get an 8/3 indestructible by paying some mana or for life. Do minus counters get past indestructible? Yes. His there isn't a whole lot of something dies ability trigger. There's a couple. Like Necrosquito or Testament Bearer. So like that part of the ability is less exciting, but it seems like it'd be very easy to make him into an 8/3 indestructible that you're just swinging in with every turn. I'll say A-. Just because of how the cost of getting him indestructible doesn't seem like that much. Yeah, A- for Drivnod. Next is the Gulping Scrap Trap. Again, that's a very funny name. 4 and a black for common Phyrexian horror. It's a 4/4. When Gulping Scrap Trap enters the battlefield or dies, proliferate. Okay. If you need a filler creature and proliferate options, that's your guy. It's still pretty filler. Seems like a D+. Nimrazor Paladin is next. 4 and a black for an uncommon Phyrexian Knight. It's a 4/4 with Toxic 2. And when he enters the battlefield, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. That's better. 5 mana 4/4 is a big enough butt, but also gets you some card advantage. I actually quite like this guy. At uncommon, Toxic 2. I think it's just a solid B for Nimrazor. Yeah, I'm gonna say B for Nimraiser. Next is Vat Emergence. 4 and a black for an uncommon sorcery. Put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Proliferate. Okay, so this is another not raised dead. Reanimate effect. I like that it's a graveyard because you can get something from your opponents. I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to tell who it is that's emerging from the vat, but nice thigh and or butt. Seems fine. This gets better if you have like insta-win creatures. Like if you got Drivnod or even the fucking 6/6 flyer, being able to like that emergence them out in response to your opponent trying to destroy them is huge. Or if you know your opponent has big creatures that you can kill and then emerge out, it gets better that way. It's like a C. Not looking to first pick it by any means, but if you got a worthy enough a creature to emerge, C. Cruel Grimnarch, 5 and a black for a common Phyrexian cleric. It's a 5/5 death touch. That seems redundant. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you gain 4 life. Kind of a dorky filler. They do have to discard a card. If they have an empty hand, you just gain 4 life. So you either take a card out of their hand or you gain 4 life, but then you get a 5/5. Yeah, that's fine. At 6 mana, it's like a D+. Sure, that's top end. And one last black card. Oh no. Vraska. Betrayal's Sting. I don't know. I would still smash. Vraska Betrayal Sting. 4 black Phyrexian black. Mythic Planeswalker. Has 6 loyalty. Her abilities are 0. You draw a card. You lose 1 life. Proliferate. Okay, so you draw a card, lose a life, and you can give Vraska another counter. -2. Target creature becomes a treasure artifact. Oh my god. -2. Target creature just becomes a treasure artifact token. Holy shit. Okay. And her -9. If target player has fewer than 9 poison counters, they get a number of poison counters equal to the difference. So if you're able to -9 her, you basically force your opponent to be 1 poison counter away from death. Oh, yikes, dude. S? A plus. A plus for Vraska. If I had an S rank, she would be an S, but she's an A plus. So her -2 just something becomes a treasure. Fuck you. I don't care if you're indestructible. Gordon Ramsay, what are you? A treasure token. That -2 ability is incredibly powerful. But not only that, you have a means of getting card advantage and proliferating on top of that. Oh my god, she's stupid good. I think this is the first completed Planeswalker I've seen where I actually would be happy casting it for 4 black Phyrexian pay 2 life. Because then she still comes down with 4 loyalty. So you can -2 something right away to protect yourself or to start drawing cards and proliferating right away. Yeah. You know the rules with Planeswalkers. It's, can it protect itself when it shows up? She absolutely does. But also gets you card advantage. The -9 is probably like the least exciting part of it. But everything else about it is fantastic. Love Vraska. You know what's hilarious? With her casting cost being 4 black Phyrexian black, she's splashable. Because then you only need 1 black source, and you just pay the 2 life. Oof. Yeah, I didn't even think about that for all the other Planeswalkers. That's scary. That's really scary. Yeah, alright, well. Next up, we're going into red, everybody. Vibe check, how everyone doing? Hanging in there? I'm trying to stay hydrated. Can you use both their abilities in 1 turn? No, you can only activate Planeswalkers once a turn. Yeah, we are half complete, huh? With the set review. Alright, let's get into red. The first thing they have is Cacophony Scamp. Look at this little guy. Red. For an uncommon Phyrexian Goblin Warrior, he's a 1/1. Whenever Cacophony Scamp deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it if you do proliferate. And when Cacophony Scamp dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. How obnoxious. I haven't looked at all the red cards to really know what's going on in red, but so you can get in there. Now this card's great. I like him. C+. Yeah, if you have a pump effect, you can actually get in there, deal the opponent 3 if they don't block it, or something like that, and then sacrifice it in response just to deal another 3 damage to the opponent or anything else. So early game, he's going to get in there. He's just going to get in there, and if it ever goes unchecked, you have a proliferate option. But then he still blocks really well because he's a 1/1 that can block and deal an extra point of damage to something else, which means he's going to stop anything with 2 toughness. He can stop 2 mites. Wow, solid. C+ for Cacophony Scamp. Next is the Churning Reservoir. Red for an uncommon artifact. At the beginning of your upkeep, put an oil counter on another target non-token artifact or creature you control. You can pay 2 and tap the Churning Reservoir. Create a 1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature token. Activate only if an oil counter was removed from a permanent you controlled this turn, or a permanent with an oil counter on it was put into a graveyard this turn. Huh. I assume there's stuff in red that is going to get oil counters that you can easily remove. Otherwise, the only other thing I could see this working in was in blue, because blue had some creatures that wanted to spend oil counters. But then you're only getting 1/1s out of it. I'm not into it. It wouldn't work for Necrosquito, because Necrosquito gains the counters. It doesn't lose it. This only works if it loses an oil counter or one of your oil counters goes into the graveyard. And the payoff for it is you get a 1/1. This doesn't seem good enough. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think I'm into it. Yeah, I guess, I mean, at the beginning of your upkeep, you do get to put an oil counter on anything else, so it doesn't even necessarily need to have an ability that cares about oil counters. So if it dies, you can then turn it into a 2/2, but... Huh. I guess this could be kind of an engine piece for an oil counter deck. Otherwise, it doesn't seem impactful enough. This reads like a D plus to me. But chances are there's going to be like some deck out there that makes use of it and makes it good. I don't see it right now. I haven't looked at all the cards to know. Next is Exuberant Fuseling, red for another uncommon Phyrexian Goblin Warrior. It's a 0/1 trample, but it gets +1/+0 for each oil counter on it. And then when the Exuberant Fuseling enters the battlefield, whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Exuberant Fuseling. Okay, so he does come in as minimum with one oil counter as a 1/1 trample. And then he's just going to keep getting bigger with oil counters. I mean, your opponent's just going to block it. Like, he only has 1 toughness. Yeah, he just kind of seems okay. Interesting aggressive card, though. Just kind of reads like a C, even with like a good payoff. Yeah, it would build your own ball of lightning, but you're asking to spend a lot of time and a lot of turns trying to build it up to that point, because you either need to be proliferating or letting your things die and go into the battlefield to get those counters. Yeah, I like the Cacophony Scamp more. I'll lean like C- for Exuberant Fuseling, but again, there's going to be people who are like, I had this unanswered and it was the best. Well, it's like, yeah, because it was unanswered. Next is Free from Flesh. Red. Instant. Black. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Put 2 oil counters on it. Oh. Huh. Huh. That's an efficient combat trick. And 2 oil counters is a lot. All right, so I'm seeing some like blue-red oil counter synergy going on. As a combat trick alone, it's a D. It's okay. But with enough stuff that cares about oil counters, which so far 3 red cards have, this gets a little bit better, up to like C. I think oil counters are going to matter enough that this is a C. Just a cheap, surprisingly efficient combat trick. Yo, Games Freak, thank you for the 300 bits, by the way. Next up, Gleeful Demolition, red. There's so many 1 mana red cards. Goddamn. An uncommon sorcery. Destroy target artifact. If you control that artifact, create 3 1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature tokens. It's like a sideboard C. Yeah, sideboard C. I see it being able to destroy an opponent's artifact being more helpful than being cute and trying to turn one of your artifacts or one of your artifact creatures or even one of your mites into 3 more 1/1s. But that does show that red-white kind of like a go-wide thing. It seems alright. Next, Hex Gold Slash. Red. Common. Instant. Deals 2 damage to target creature. If that creature has Toxic, it deals 4 damage to that creature instead. It's like a shock, but not quite, because you can't go to face, but that's cheap, efficient removal against most things in this set. Great. B-. I'd be happy playing at least 2 of these, and if my opponent's got toxic creatures, which they probably will, this gets even better. Nice. Saw Blade Scamp, another red. Common Phyrexian Beast, 1/1 haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Saw Blade Scamp. Remove an oil counter from Saw Blade Scamp. It deals 1 damage to each opponent. The haste part's kind of weird on him. But okay. If you get it down like early and you're able to start getting up to like 2/2. Oh no, I'm sorry. It just is a 1/1. Never mind. And then it can oil counter to start pinging the opponent for a couple extra things. Yeah, it seems okay. Still seems like just like a C. The tap on it makes it kind of slow. I'll just say C. And Vindictive Flamestoker. Red. For a rare Phyrexian Wizard, it's a 1/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Vindictive Flamestoker. Pay 6 in a red. Sacrifice Vindictive Flamestoker. Discard your hand. Draw 4 cards. But this ability costs 1 less to activate for each oil counter on Vindictive Flamestoker. This is going to be more of a constructed card than anything else. And Seal to be great. Just because dumping your hand, drawing 4 is pretty powerful. Yeah, this is another one of those cards where, like, if you're able to get it down with, like, in the first 5 turns of the game, and you have enough non-creature spells, this could really pop off. Otherwise, it's not going to be blocking or doing a whole lot until you sacrifice it. I think it's just a C. I don't think it's going to be impactful enough. Because I see a situation where you're more likely to want to just chump with it and lose it than really get the payoff. I see the maximum upside potential. I do see it. But it's one of those things where you can't look at a card and be like, here's the best possible scenario for it. Because that's not how it's going to play out. It's going to play out in whatever medium scenario. Yeah. I feel like it's a C. It does block mites. Next is the Axiom Engraver. 1 in a red for a common Phyrexian Wizard, a 1/3. Enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. You can tap, remove an oil counter from Axiom Engraver, discard a card, draw a card. Okay. I'm a blue player at heart, so seeing a red creature that allows you to rummage is tight to me. And it does have 2 oil counters on it. So it's a 2-mana 1/3 that blocks decently well and helps filter your hand. I like this. I like it enough. That's like a C for Axiom Engraver. Definitely not a aggressive card, but at least helps out your hand. Next up, the Barbed Batterfists. 1 in a red for a common artifact equipment. It has Mirrodin. So when you cast it and it enters the battlefield, you get a 2/2 Rebel Creature token, and you equip this to it. Equipped creature gets +1/-1. Equip cost is only 1. So you get for 2 mana, you get a 3/1. I like the equip cost only being 1. Like, once you start getting, like, flyers or any other evasive creature that has 2 or more toughness, and this allows you to start getting extra damage in. No, I actually kind of like this. I think it's a C+ for Barbed Batterfist. Yeah, bare minimum, 2 mana, 3/1. That blocks well. That can trade up, I should say. Next is Blazing Crescendo. 1 red for a common instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. Exile a top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. That's fascinating. Red's been getting more and more of these, like, exile a top card of your deck and you're allowed to play it for X amount of time kind of options. So it's like a pseudo cantrippy combat trick. Yeah, that seems fine. See? Red looking to be aggressive. No surprise here. Next up, the Hex Gold Halberd. 1 and a red for an uncommon artifact equipment with for Mirrodin. As long as it's your turn, equipped creature has First Strike and Trample. The equip cost is 2 and a red. So for 2 mana, you get a 2/2 that can attack as a First Strike Trample. And then for 2 and a red, you can move it around. First Strike and Trample are both pretty powerful abilities. This one actually seems pretty solid. Even with the more expensive equip cost, the keywords that you gain are impactful. I'm leaning B- for Hex Gold Halberd. Which again, like, the weapons just seem like they would come from like a Protoss ship. Next, Nahiri's Sacrifice. Oh. I'm sure she's going to be okay. 1 and a red for an uncommon sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature with mana value X. Nahiri's Sacrifice deals X damage, divided as you choose among any number of target creatures. So you sacrifice and you deal damage equal to the mana value? I don't think I would be very happy playing this. I would happily sideboard this in if I'm playing against white and they're doing a bunch of like pacifism or like the blue sleep spell or whatever. But it being sorcery speed and it being based on the mana value is probably weird. Yeah, it seems okay. Yeah, this reads like a D, but it gets bumped up to something like a C, sideboarded in against enchantment-based removal. Sack a Might and deal 0 damage for the memes. Yeah, exactly. That'll get them. Next is Red Sun's Twilight. Here's Red's Twilight. X red red. Rare sorcery. Destroy up to X target artifacts. Oh. If X is 5 or more for each artifact destroyed this way, create a token that's a copy of it. Those tokens gain haste. Exile them at the beginning of the next end step. Well, that's the least exciting Twilight we've seen. Huh. Yeah, this is like another one of those sideboard options. If your opponent is playing an artifact-based deck, or they have a bunch of the for Mirrodin equipments, you can kind of quote-unquote get them that way, but otherwise it just isn't good enough. It's another sideboard C, but even then, I'm not looking to pay 7 mana just to destroy some artifacts to make some tokens. Yeah, not even. Yeah, this is like a sideboard D at best. I don't think this one's going to be good enough. Next, Shrapnel Slinger. 1 red for an artifact creature, a Phyrexian Beast at common. It's a 2/2. And when Shrapnel Slinger enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature. When you do, destroy target artifact an opponent controls. Solid. The way this reads is that you can actually have him cast him, have him ETB, and then you can sacrifice himself to destroy target artifact. So this is a bear with potential upside. Yeah, fine with me. See. Next up, the Thrill of Possibility. Oh. That's cool art. There goes Nahiri. 1 red, common instant, is additional cost to cast the spell. Discard a card, draw 2 cards. Yep, sure is. D. Next is Blade Graft Aspirant. 2 red for a common Phyrexian Warrior. It's a 2/3 with Menace. Equipment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Activated abilities of equipment you control that target the Blade Graft Aspirant cost 1 less to activate. Oh, okay. So she actually makes all of your artifact equipment better. And it's a 2/3 menace? That's actually kind of tight. I like her. See. Yeah, obviously the best when you have artifact equipment that you can make cheaper. Or even be able to equip her for cheap. But even like a 2/3 menace, it'd still be like a solid filler for whatever deck. Is equipping something count as an activated ability? Yeah, so basically the way this reads is that you can equip the Blade Graft Aspirant for 1 less. Next is the Forge Hammer Centurion. 2 red for a common Phyrexian Warrior. It's a 3/2. Whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Forge Hammer Centurion. Okay. And then whenever it attacks, you may remove 2 oil counters from it. When you do, target creature can't block this turn. Yeah, it's okay. That's, again, it only gets the oil counters when they go to the graveyard. So for the most part, this is going to be generally a 3/2. Yeah, he's just kind of okay. And he has to attack to remove the 2 oil counters himself. And yeah, he's still just like a D. Just a D for that guy. Generally a 3/2. Next, Furnace Punisher. 2 red for an uncommon Phyrexian Warrior. It's a 3/3 with Menace. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, Furnace Punisher deals 2 damage to that player unless they control 2 or more basic lands. Okay, so this is a 3 mana, 3/3 menace. That's all you need to know. Yeah, that second part doesn't matter. All right, sure. I can see this kind of being, well, punishing in constructed, like mono red decks playing this. So it's a 3/3 menace for 3, and that's fine. See. Next up, Kuldotha Cackler. 2 red for a common Phyrexian Hyena. It's a 2/3 trample, and whenever Kuldotha Cackler attacks, whenever it gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is the number of permanents you control with oil counters on them. So how many oil counter things would I want that would feel good about attacking with this? At 3 mana, I would say at least 2, to which it'll probably die pretty quickly. Yeah, he just kind of seems okay still. Yeah, it's like a D+. It goes up if you have like a bunch of oil counters. It's generally going to get like one attack in and then just get blocked by something with 3 power. Next, Magmatic Sprinter. Tuna red for an uncommon Phyrexian warrior. A 3/2 with haste. When it enters the battlefield, put 2 oil counters on target artifact or creature you control. At the beginning of your end step, return Magmatic Sprinter to its owner's hand unless you remove 2 oil counters from it. Oh, interesting. So you can have it come down as a 3/2 haste and put the oil counters on Magmatic Sprinter. Swing in for 3, then remove the oil counters to keep Magmatic Sprinter in hand. Or you cast as a 3/2 haste, put 2 oil counters on something else, attacking for 3, and a turn goes back to your hand. And then next turn you can cast it again to put 2 more oil counters on another thing or the same thing. Interesting. I think if you cast it and put the oil counters on a different creature, your opponent's going to want to block and stop this because I can't imagine they want something to gain multiple oil counters very, very easily. That's kind of cool. Interesting design. Bare minimum, it's a 3/2 haste. Yeah, this doesn't even have to attack. Huh. It's basically a C, but once you have enough cards that has like oil counter payoffs, this goes up in value. That's interesting. Baseline C. But this could get real good. Next up, Rebel Salvo. Tuna red for an uncommon instant. With affinity for equipment. Okay. Rebel Salvo deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Oh, that permanent loses indestructible until end of turn. Okay. If there are no equipment whatsoever, 3 mana instant, deal 5 damage to something is super fucking good. You want that no matter what. 3 mana, deal 5 at instant speed is great. If you happen to have an equipment and this goes down to 2 mana, God forbid 1 mana, it gets incredible. This is a fantastic card. B+. That's super good. Yep. Yeah. Fantastic. Moving on. Slowbad, the Iron Goblin. Slobid? Slobid? Slowbad? I don't know how you pronounce this. Tuna red for a legendary Goblin Artificer. Rare. It's a 3/3. You can tap them, sacrifice an artifact, add an amount of red mana equal to the sacrificed artifact's mana value. He's slow and bad. It's a 3 mana 3/3. Is there a world in which you can use this to ramp? Probably. If you do, hey man, all the power to you. 3 mana 3/3. See? Goblin cursor. Yeah. It looks cool though. Moving on. Urabrask's Forge, 2 and a red for a rare artifact. At the beginning of the combat on your turn, put an oil counter on Urabrask's Forge. Then create an X1 red Phyrexian horror creature token with trample and haste, where X is the number of oil counters on Urabrask's Forge. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next end step. Oh shit, that's hilarious. Alright, there's your ball lightning forger. So you get the oil counter at the beginning of combat right away in your turn. So bare minimum, you get 3-1-1-1. It doesn't stick around. This is a very aggressive card. So you want this in like your red-white beatdown deck. You don't want this in like your slower controlling or combo decks, because you're just going to keep getting them with the trample haste that keeps getting bigger and bigger every turn. Or eventually bigger, depending on where you drop the oil counters. Thunder Dispenser. I like that. If you can get this down on turn 3, your opponent has to have an answer or they're going to lose. This seems good. B. Even in control, this looks like a win con. Well, see, the thing is, like, in control, this doesn't block. It gets you nothing to defend yourself with. And if you're in control, you're probably trying to defend yourself. And if you run out and then you have this down, well, then you're in trouble. This is very much a steamrolling, aggressive card. Yeah, that's one of the downsides, I guess, in any situation where if you're already behind and you end up drawing this, it's not going to stabilize you or win you the game anytime soon. But get it down early or have it stick around long enough. Your opponent's got to do something. B. Volt Charge. 2 and a red for a common instant. Volt Charge deals 3 damage to any target. Proliferate. Neat. That's good. B. 3 mana, deal 3 at instant speed to anything. Can go to face, it can go to creatures. And you just get the bonus of the proliferate. Yeah, solid. B. Next is Awaken the Sleeper. 3 and a red for an uncommon sorcery. Oh, gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it if it gains haste. If it's equipped, you may destroy all equipment attached to that creature. Okay. It's a little bummer that this is uncommon, because that'll make a lot of those black sack outlets a little bit weaker, because you're not going to have that many of these. Destroy all equipment attached to target creature is kind of interesting. Yeah, if you're playing black and you've got sacrifice outlets, obviously this card goes up. If your opponent is playing a bunch of equipment, you can use this as like a pseudo equipment punishment. Even that's a little more niche and less good. Yeah, with enough sack outlets, this is like a C. But if you're not playing black, basically, this card's a D. You don't really want it. Next is Chimney Rabble, 3 and a red for a common Phyrexian Goblin Warrior, 3/3 with haste, and it enters the battlefield with a 1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature token. Nice. 4 power, 4 toughness of stats, spread across 2 bodies. It's got haste. Solid. C. Next is Hazardous Blast, 3 in a red for a common sorcery. Hazardous Blast deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. Creatures your opponents control can't block this turn. I've never really been a fan of these cards. Because, like, the dream is you can cast this, your opponents can't block, and you just swing with everything, and then you win. That generally isn't how it plays out. That said, I would happily play this as a sideboard card if I'm facing an opponent who's making a lot of the 1/1 mites, or even a lot of the blue creatures had like 1 toughness. So this could be like a sideboard mini sweeper. But otherwise, generally, it doesn't play out well enough to want to put into your deck. Next, Koth, Fire of Resistance. 2 red for the Planeswalker Koth at rare. 4 loyalty. +2. Search your library for a basic mountain card. Put it into your hand. -3. Koth deals damage to target creature equal to the number of mountains you control. -7. You get an emblem with whenever a mountain enters the battlefield under your control. This emblem deals 4 damage to any target. Huh. So baseline, you play it for 4. You can -3 it to deal 2 damage to a target creature. And that's his like weakest self-protect. If you happen to have 3 mountains out, -3 to deal 3, a little bit better. That's not quite strong enough. However, he does come down with 4 loyalty. And just being able to plus him to go up to 6 loyalty makes him tough to kill. He's not amazing. I do like the deck thinning. I think for the most part, when you play him, it's going to be easier for you to just go for the +2. Grab him out and let him have 6 toughness. And if your opponents attack him, he can probably soak the hits. That said, he gets better and better the later the game goes. Like once you start having 4, 5 mountains out, -3 to deal something 4 or 5 is very good. Yeah, he seems all right. I mean, like B+ for him. Yeah, it's not terribly impossible to get the ultimate off. Yeah, B+. He just gets better and better the longer the game goes. Next up is Sulfum, the Mayhem Dominus. 2 red for a mythic legendary Phyrexian horror. It's a 5/4. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals double that damage to that player instead. 1 Phyrexian red, discard 2 cards. Put an indestructible counter on Sulfum Mayhem Dominus. Oofta. Alright, well, getting Sulfum's indestructible counter is pretty costly. 2 cards out of your hand. Oof. That's tough. It also, the way it reads is that it's only your non-combat sources dealing double damage. So your creatures attacking in aren't going to deal double. But stuff like your Volt Charge or your what was it called? Something Salvo? Rebel Salvo? That would deal double. But even all that's going to be think it's going to be pretty narrow. Again, bare minimum, it's a 4-mana 5/4, and that's good. And I take that back. I think this actually might be the least exciting Dominus we've seen so far. Yeah, I mean, it's a 4-mana 5/4, and that's fine, but everything else is... Yeah, it's asking a lot. Still, Sulfum's a B just on stats alone. Have I done other colors already? I've done white, blue, and black. Next up, Urabrask's Anointer. 3 and a red for a uncommon artifact Phyrexian wizard creature. It's a 4/2. When it enters the battlefield, it deals X damage to any target, where X is the number of permanents you control with oil counters on them. I actually kind of like these guys. So if you have something with, if you have at least 2 oil counters out on 2 different permanents, this is just a Flame Tongue Kavu. And that rules. Yeah, if you have an oil counter deck, this card's great. Be an oil counters deck. If you're not playing oil counters, this is a D. Oily Flame Tongue. I don't know if I like that. That sounds gross. Finally, red can deal with Shieldred. I don't know. I feel like Rebel Salvo works pretty well too. Next up. What is this? The Volshock Splitter. 3 and a red for an artifact equipment at common. For Mirrodin! Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Equip cost is 2 and a red. So for 4 mana, you get a 4/2. And then for 3 mana, you can shift the +2/+0 around. That's okay. Again, that's an expensive equip cost. It is 2 power, but it is expensive. Baseline 4 mana 4/2 is fine, slightly better because of the re-equipping if you need to. Likely C+ for Volshock. Next is All Will Be One. Hey, that's the name of the set. Roll credits. 3 red for a mythic rare enchantment. Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, All Will Be One deals that much damage to target opponent, creature an opponent controls, or planeswalker an opponent controls. Whenever you put 1 or more. Okay. So the way that reads, so all your like toxic 1s is just going to start pinging for like an extra point of damage on someone. If you proliferate, like that's a lot of bonus damage. At 5 though, why do I feel like almost every set has some weird red enchantment that's like, oh, it's like just a pure Timmy card. Like if it pops off, you're like, oh, I'm doing the thing, it feels awesome. Even though you know in your heart of hearts it's not very good. I think this is going to be too slow. I think it's going to be a D. But in the instances where you do get it down and you get to do the thing, you're going to feel like an A+. I'm going to stick with D and All Will Be One. Yeah. Next is the Dragon Wing Glider, 3 red for a rare artifact equipment for Mirrodin. Equipped creature has +2/+2 and flying and haste. The equip cost is 3 red. Okay, so again, bare minimum for 5 mana, you get a 4/4 flying haste. That's good. That is a hefty equip cost, but giving something +2/+2 and flying is strong. The haste part, less good because chances are you're not going to be able to cast something and equip it with this in the same turn because that's a lot of mana. But I'm in for just the 4/4 flying haste. I like it, B. Yeah, B for it just before the token that you get. Next is the Furnace Strider, 4 and a red for a common Phyrexian beast. It's a 4/5. It enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it, and remove an oil counter from Furnace Strider. Target creature you control gains haste until end of turn. Yeah. Very much feels like a another kind of dorky top end filler card. I think it's like a D+. Although we have seen other sets like giving something surprise haste can be surprise wins against certain opponents, but still pretty dorky at just a 4/5. So D+ on Furnace Strider. Next, Molten Rebuke, 4 and a red for a common sorcery. Choose one or both. Molten Rebuke deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Destroy target equipment. It's kind of like Chandra's Inferno. But can only hit equipment and not all artifacts. Yeah, this is like one of those emergency, I have no other removal in my red deck and I need to play something kind of card. So it's like a D+, maybe C- versus like equipment based decks. But yeah, this is just like a backup. I need a removal spell in my deck. Next is Resistance Sky Warden, 3 red for an uncommon Ogre Rebel. It's a 5/5 menace reach. Ooh, there's the red sneaky reach creature. There's always that one sneaky reach in red somewhere, and it's going to be this ogre. I like it also as menace. That means it can also attack decently well. Yep, that's a solid top end big butt, C+. Next is Capricious Hellraiser. 3 red for a mythic rare Phyrexian dragon. It's a 4/4. This spell costs 3 less to cast if you have 9 or more cards in your graveyard. It is flying. When it enters the battlefield, exile 3 cards at random from your graveyard. Choose a non-creature, non-land from among them and copy it. You may cast that copy without paying its mana cost. Holy shit. Man, this is going to show up in Constructed everywhere. Much like the other Phyrexian Obliterator whatevers, that triple red is tough. The triple red cast cost is tough. And I worry about that. Obviously not as bad as like the 4. But that is a lot. However, if you get it down, you get a 4/4 flyer and some other card out of your graveyard. I feel like the chance to brick on that is pretty high. Hmm. Yeah. It's probably like a... It's probably going to be just like a B. Well, B+. Provided you are able to cast it. I feel like the likelihood of this just being a dead card in your hand is pretty often. And the likelihood of you having 9 or more cards in your graveyard is going to be slim. So this is likely going to be a 6 mana 4/4 flyer that needs 3 red sources to cast. And if you're playing mono red, you having 9 or more cards in your graveyard is even less likely. Yeah, I think it's going to end up being like a B. It's not an auto win just because of that. It's a demanding casting cost. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with B. Someone's gonna pull it off and it's gonna feel bad against me. But yeah, that's tough. And the final red card is the Oxida Finisher. 5 red for an uncommon Ogre Rebel, a 7/5 affinity for equipment. Ooh, and it has trample. This is actually a really good finisher for an equipment deck. Like if you're able to have even just 2 equipment down, paying 5 for a 7/5 trample is freaking good. Yeah, this is literally a finisher. Yeah, in your equipment deck, this looks great. C+. If you don't have equipment, this is a D. I like that design, though. That's cool. All right, there you go, everyone. That's red. That means we can move on to green. Slowly getting through it. Definitely starting to feel the drain in the face from talking too much. Yo, Foxy Face Rocks, thanks for the resub. Alright, green, what do we got? Evolving Adaptive. Green, for an uncommon Phyrexian Warrior, it's a 0/0, but it enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it. Gets +1/+1 for each oil counter on it. And whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, if that creature has greater power or toughness than Evolving Adaptive, put an oil counter on Evolving Adaptive. We've seen this kind of card many times before. And they always kind of these always just kind of play out okay. It's never been like super awesome. If you're able to get it if you're able to get it early on, sure. You probably might be able to get up to a 2/2, maybe even a 3/3. Late game, like it's just gonna be like a 1 mana 1/1 and not be good enough. Yeah, these guys always end up kind of being okay. Unless you really need oil counters in green for some reason. I don't know. I've never been too impressed by these cards, but there can be a payoff. I think it's just like a C, though. Next is, green. Green Sun's Twilight. Green Twilight, here we go. X and a green for a rare sorcery. Reveal the top X +1 cards of your library. Choose a creature card and or a land from among them. Put those cards into your hand and put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. In a random order, sorry. If X is 5 or more, instead put the chosen cards onto the battlefield or into your hand and the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. Huh. So at 3 mana, pay 2 and a green. You could look at the top X cards, get a land and or a creature. So that's 2 cards. So that's some card selection. That's fine. You could cast it for just green, look at the top card, and have a decent chance of it being able to put something into your hand. Paying 3x or 4x, also solid. Yeah, that's okay. I liked it more than green, or more than reds. Twilight, that's for sure. Yeah, I think I would want to cast this at least 2 and a green. Because then you get to look at the top 3 cards. Anything less than that, less exciting. But yeah, even like... So early game helps you make sure you're hitting your land drops, or even finding some creatures to play. And if the game goes late, can help you find another land, or even the best creature you can possibly get. Or if you got the mana for it, right to the battlefield is pretty good too. I think it's actually flexible enough that it seems solid. I'll say B for Green Sun's Twilight. Yeah, I like the flexibility on it. Next is Incubation Sac. Green for an uncommon artifact. Incubation Sac enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. You can pay 4, remove an oil counter from Incubation Sac, create a 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Golem artifact creature token, activate only as a sorcery. Oh! Nope. I think I like this. It's sorcery speed, which is a bummer. But this one card can get you 3 creatures. Pumping out a lot of mana for it, though. Let's see. So the first one costs 5 mana. Would I be happy paying 5 mana for a 3/3? Not really. Would I be happy paying 9 mana for 2 3/3s? Not really. And would I be happy paying 13 mana for 3 3/3s? Also not really. Alright, I'm kind of talking myself down on this one. That's kind of where I'm at. I feel like this is definitely a better sealed card, where you just need to dump mana somewhere, and if you get to proliferate and get extra 3/3s out of it, that's a bonus. This is going to be too slow for draft, though. Yeah, this is like a draft D-. Sealed, I could see it being okay. Just because it's a repeatable source of creature generation. Otherwise, too slow. Next is Rustvine Cultivator. Green for a common Phyrexian Elf Druid. It's a 1/2. You can tap it to put an oil counter on Rustvine Cultivator, and you can also tap it, remove an oil counter from Rustvine Cultivator to untap target land. Okay, so this is like a weird pseudo ramp. They kind of need to take a turn off to even prepare to do a ramp, and even then it's just untapping a land. That's a little slow and clunky. I do like that's an easy way of just getting oil counters on a creature, though. Yeah, probably like a D+ for a Rustvine Cultivator. Next, Thirsting Roots. Green, common, sorcery. Choose one. Search your library for a basic land card, put it into your hand, then shuffle, or proliferate. Ooh. This kind of reminds me of Bushwhack in Brothers War. Just like that single green, find a land, or a single green, do another thing. A single green proliferate, or even like single green fixing is really good. I like this card. See. C for that one. Hadom, thanks for the resub. Tyver's Stand. X and a green for an uncommon instant. Target creature you control gets +X and gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Bare minimum? This is a single green protect your creature. Single green to give it hexproof and indestructible. It's going to save it for anything, save it from anything it needs. And then if you have extra mana to dump into it to help make sure it trades out for a creature or hits in harder, sure. I could see myself mostly playing this for X equals 0, single green, save my guy. And those kind of cards usually played out better than you think. I like it. C+. Next, the Venerated Rot Priest. Green for a rare Phyrexian Druid. That's a 1/2 with Toxic 1. Whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a spell, target opponent gets a poison counter. Neat. So the way this reads is that it's the target of a spell, which means your own combat tricks, like Tyver's Stand, also counts. It is a rare, so you could have this and get nothing but like cheap combat tricks or interactions, and you just keep popping these off and just have Venerated Rot Priest to get poison counters on your opponent. This could get stupid, like really stupid. But if you don't have that, it's just a 1/2. So still like a B, but that upside potential is pretty funny. You don't think Toxic is going to be very impactful outside of Limited? I don't think so either, Fallen. I agree. Next is the Armored Scrap Gorger. 1 and a green for an uncommon Phyrexian Beast. It's a 0/3. But it gets +3/+0 as long as it has 3 or more oil counters on it. Tap it, add 1 mana of any color. And whenever Armored Scrap Gorger becomes tapped, exile target card from a graveyard and put an oil counter on Armored Scrap Gorger. That's cool. I actually like this a lot. So this is your actual 2 mana rampy boy. And then when you're done ramping, you just got yourself a 3/3. That's neat. I like them. Like a B- for Armored Scrap Gorger. Fixes for any color too. I also like that you don't have to exile a card in order to put an oil counter on it. It just is and. But keep in mind, if your opponent doesn't have any cards in their graveyard, you have to exile one of your own cards. Whenever it comes tapped. Ooh, no. If there's nothing in the graveyards, he gets nothing, right? Because you have to have a target to exile. Yeah, never mind. Nah, my point stands. B- for him. Next, Branch Blight Stalker. 1 and a green for a common Phyrexian Elf Scout. It's a 3/1 with Toxic 2. This is the cheapest creature we've seen with Toxic 2. I feel like it's another frequent thing we see all the time now. Green is getting like a 3/1 creature of some sort. So there's your aggressive card. Trades up. Attacks less good because anything can block it. Yeah, that's kind of a fine card. D. Canker Bloom. 1 and a green for an uncommon Phyrexian Fungus. It's a 3/2 at 2 mana. What the fuck? 1. Sacrifice Canker Bloom. Choose 1. Destroy target artifact. Destroy target enchantment. Proliferate. Oh, okay. I'm happy grabbing this as a 2 mana 3/2 alone. And then it has a lot of... B. This card has so many options on what you can do with it. You can use it to take out creatures. You can use it to take down troublesome artifacts or enchantments. You can also proliferate if you need to in an emergency. No, great card, B. There's going to be enough artifacts and enchantments coming down that this thing can have something to sack out. Goddamn. Next is Copper Longlegs, 1 and a green for a common Phyrexian Spider. It's a 1/3 with reach. You can pay 2, sacrifice the Copper Longlegs to proliferate. That's okay. I wouldn't be too excited because a 1/3 reach isn't strong enough to like really stop flyers. And I'm not really looking to pay 4 mana to basically put something down to proliferate. Yeah, this is like a filler card, or if you know your opponent's playing a lot of 1 power, 2 power flyers for some reason, then like you need emergency flying blockers, sure. Otherwise, I don't think it's quite strong enough. This is another D card. Next is Infectious Bite. 1 and a green for an uncommon instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Each opponent gets a poison counter. Sure. A 2 mana instant speed bite plus poison counter. Yep. Always happy to see those in green. You'll want to be playing these. Obviously, it goes down a little bit because if you don't have a creature to do the bite, it's less helpful, so it's not like premium removal by any means, but you're happy to play them. C+. Next, Predation Steward. 1 and a green for a common Phyrexian Elf Warrior. It's a 2/2, and it enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. 2 and a green, tap it. Remove an oil counter from Predation Steward. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Yeah, that's okay. Bear with some pump effects for later. See? The fact that it's sorcery speed means, you know, it's not like a onboard combat trick that allows you to like get tricksy in defense or whatever, but it's a 2 mana 2/2 that can do some stuff later. See? Ruthless Predation. 1 and a green for a common sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+2 until end of turn. It fights target creature you don't control. Wasn't the Brothers War fight? You get like +1/+3 for 1 and a green? Yeah, it's fine. Sorcery speed fight versus instant speed bite. I like that they're both only 2 mana though. Yeah, kind of same thing. C for Ruthless Predation. Sometimes you just need ways of making your green creatures fight. Next, Titanic Growth. That's a reprint. 1 and a green, black, common instant. Target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. That sure is a card, D. Unnatural Restoration. 1 and a green for an uncommon sorcery. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Proliferate. Sorcery. I like the art on this one. Especially since like red and white are green's ally colors. That just looks cool. Yeah. It's a bummer that it has to be a permanent card and not any non-land card. But that's fine. Obviously, it gets better once you have things in your deck, like super strong creatures you would want to get back. Not super sure how meaningful the proliferate clause is going to be, because it's more, for the most part, getting a card back. feel like it's only going to play out as a C-. But I could be wrong about that one, because we've seen similar cards be very impactful, like in Dominaria United. Next is the Adaptive Spore Singer. 2 and a green for a common Phyrexian Druid to 2/2 Vigilance. And when it enters the battlefield, choose one. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains Vigilance until end of turn. Or Proliferate. Alright, so in the early game, you can slap in for some extra damage. And in the late game, you can Proliferate. Seems okay. Then you just have a 2/2 Vigilance for 3 mana afterwards, so less exciting. I feel like for the most part, you're almost always going to take the Proliferate option because that's going to last longer in the game than just giving something +2/+2 until end of turn. Yeah, C- for Adaptive Spore Singer. Next is Bloated Contaminator. 2 and a green for a rare Phyrexian Beast. It's a 4/4 trample at 3 mana. Toxic 1. Oh, Toxic and Trample? Jesus Christ. Whenever Bloated Contaminator deals combat damage to a player, Proliferate? What the fuck? Jeez. Oh, yeah, okay. What the fuck? That's just great. 3 mana 4/4, has Trample, has Toxic, and then just proliferates its own Toxic? Are you goddamn kidding me? Hey. Amazing. Amazing card. And people defend green. Yeah, imagine being a green player and feeling good about yourself. Yikes, dude. Next, Carnivorous Canopy. 2 and a green for common sorcery. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. If that permanent's mana value is 3 or less, proliferate. Okay. Broken Wings with upside. You know, I would say this is just sideboard only, but I think you're probably gonna have enough targets that you can be okay playing at least one main board. Kind of like Broken Wings in Kaldheim. I got a sneaky suspicion that'll be the case, but otherwise it's going to be a great sideboard card. Next, Contagious Vorak. 2 and a green for a common Phyrexian boar beast. It's a 3/3, okay. And when it enters the battlefield, you can look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom if on your library in a random order. If you didn't put a card in your hand this way, proliferate. I like this guy. That's cool. 3 and a 3/3 that you can use to find another land. And if you don't need another land or don't see one, you get to proliferate. I like that guy a lot. C+. Next is the Ichor Spit Basilisk. 2 and a green for a common Phyrexian Basilisk. It's a 1/3 Death Toucher with Toxic 1. Solid. Obviously, you want to keep them around as a blocker more than an attacker for only 1. But, you know, you might be able to use it to sneak in some toxic damage against the opponent to get that poison counter on them. And then when he can't, he's a good blocker. He has just enough toughness that he can take out some other ones before he himself dies. He's also a Death Toucher, so all your fight cards and all your bite cards get better with him. So, still just a C. But just keep that in mind with the fight and the bite cards. Next up, Maze's Mantle. 2 and a green for a common aura. With Flash, enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, if the enchanted creature has Toxic, it gains Hexproof until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2. Alright. Yeah, the +2/+2 combat trick that sticks around is okay. And then if you have the toxic to support it to make them hexproof as like an extra means of protection, it's a little bit better. I'd still rather just play, what was it called, Tyver's Battle or whatever, just the 1 mana trick to protect them. Yeah, this one's still just kind of okay. I do like that it has potentially multiple means of protecting your creature, either by giving them more toughness or potentially hexproof to protect them from a spell. Still, just Nora. It's okay. D+. Next, Viral Spawning. 2 and a green for an uncommon sorcery. Create a 3/3 green Phyrexian beast creature token with Toxic 1. Okay, very cool. So 3 mana, 3/3 with Toxic 1. Corrupted. As long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters and Viral Spawning is in your graveyard, it has Flashback 2 and a green. That rules. That makes it good. So that bumps it to an easy B, because for 1 card you can get 2 3/3s out of it. But again, much like a lot of the other cards we talked about, your deck needs to be able to get the corrupted on the opponent to make it happen. But it's great because it's flashback. You can take as long as you need to, and that's always going to be in the graveyard waiting for you to have that flashback go off. Yeah, that's a great card. B, I like it a lot. Next, Conduit of Worlds. 2 green for a rare artifact. You may play lands from your graveyard. Tap. Choose target non-land permanent card in your graveyard. If you haven't cast a spell this turn, you may cast that card. If you do, you can't cast additional spells this turn. Activate only as a sorcery. I don't know how much the play lands from your graveyard is going to matter. So the way this reads, you can't put this down and then immediately be able to use it to... Oh no, you can. I'm sorry. So basically, like, whatever you activate from the Conduit of Worlds from your graveyard, that's going to be the last spell you cast this turn. No, I'm sorry. If you haven't cast a spell this turn, you may cast that card. Okay, so yeah. Basically, it allows you to cast 1 thing from your graveyard on your turn at sorcery speed. Okay. I mean, like in a green control deck, that's a lot of recursion. And that one's going to be tough. I feel like it's going to be too slow and too limiting. Not being able to double spell every turn kind of sucks. It feels like a D, but I'm gonna play against it, and it's gonna like pop off, and I'm gonna feel dumb. Just because this is another one of those cards where, in like sealed, I can see this being really good. Like if you already have an empty hand and you got nothing else to cast, this being able to get anything out of your graveyard. Well, not anything. Has to be non-land permanent. Still, lets you get creatures and stuff back. Has the strength of allowing you to pseudo-flash stuff in. Well, it's not even flash because you have to activate it at sorcery speed. So not even that. Yeah, it keeps you from having dead turns. That I agree, which is good. So that's why I feel like it could be solid in sealed. Draft, probably too slow. Because it's not going to be impactful enough as soon as it hits the battlefield. Leaning D. Someone's going to beat me with it, though. Moving on. The Evolved Spinoderm. 2 green for a rare Phyrexian beast. It's a 5/5. Because of course it is. Enters the battlefield with 4 oil counters on it. It has Trample as long as it has 2 or fewer oil counters on it. Otherwise it has Hexproof. At the beginning of your upkeep, remove an oil counter from Evolved Spinoderm. Then if it has no oil counters on it, sacrifice it. Oh. That's fascinating. So for at least 2 turns, your opponent can't use any spot removal on it. And then by the 3rd turn, you got yourself a 5/5 Trample to swing in with. Phyrexian Fading. Oh, dude, you're right. And then if you have instant speed proliferate in response, that could be funny. No, that's a cool card. Bare minimum. Again, bare minimum. You have a 4 mana 5/5 that is going to be able to attack at least once. And if he can't attack, it's a big butt defender. I like it. B+. Next, expand the Sphere. 3 and a green for an uncommon sorcery. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. Put up to 2 land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. If you put fewer than 2 lands on the battlefield this way, proliferate a number of times equal to the difference. So you get to look at the top 6. So you could choose 0 lands and just proliferate twice. Pick 1 land, proliferate, or just grab 2 lands. I don't think that's good enough. Again, we've had cards like this before. The downside being, imagine a scenario in which you have nothing to proliferate. You have no counters, all your creatures are dead. There's nothing you can do. Would you really want to pay 4 mana just to get 2 lands? Maybe. No, I'm not into it. Not into it. It's going to be like a D+ at best. I'm not into it. It's asking for a lot of parameters for it to be good. No, D+. Next, the Lattice Blade Mantis, 3 and a green for a common Phyrexian insect. It's a 4/3. Enter the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. And then whenever the Lattice Blade Mantis attacks, you may remove an oil counter from it. If you do, untap it, and it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay, so it's effectively a 4 mana 5/4 Vigilance twice. That's not bad. Not super exciting, but it can do stuff. D+. That's a fine filler card. The Plague Nurse, 3 and a green for a common Phyrexian cleric. It's a 3/4 with Toxic 2. Excuse me. Each other creature you control with Toxic gains Toxic 1 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. Ooh. Excuse me. So Any creature they have toxic, you give them an additional toxic 1. Excuse me. That's excellent. But again, it's one of those things where, you only want to put her in a deck that is trying to go for toxic. Or is making a bunch of mites, because then all the mites are suddenly toxic 1, toxic 1. That's a lot of poison counters. So she's going to be good in the right deck. C in a toxic deck, D anywhere else. Next is the Venomous Brutalizer. 2 green for the uncommon Phyrexian Knight. It's a 4/4 with toxic 3. And when it enters the battlefield, you may pay 1 and a green. If you do, proliferate. Okay. I actually like that. 4 mana, 4/4. Toxic 3 is a lot. And then in the late game, you have an extra proliferate option should you need it. Sure. That's a solid dude. C+. By the way, for any of you who are just joining us, this is my first time even looking at these cards, so there's a lot of information I don't have, and I'm probably going to be misgrading quite a few of them because I don't know the full context of the set, but this is my first impressions of them all. Next, Noxious Assault. 3 green for an uncommon sorcery. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Whenever a creature blocks this turn, its controller gets a poison counter. Fascinating. So it's not exactly an overrun. I mean, there will be scenarios that this can set up a win because +2/+2 on all your dudes is a lot of damage. And then for some reason, if damage can't get through, and if your opponent has to block, they would get poison counters. No. Yeah. This is a card that requires you to basically... This is either A, win more card, or B, a break parity card. Any other time, it's just a dead card. Which isn't good enough. D. Next, Oil Gorger Troll. 3 green for a common Phyrexian Troll Warrior. It's a 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. Then, if you control a permanent with an oil counter on it, draw a card. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. The likelihood of you having something with an oil counter on it in green or green-blue or green-red is pretty high. So just gaining some life, drawing a card, that's great. C+. I like him. He is slightly understated, but there's enough upside in there that I'd like him. Next is Thrun, Breaker of Silence. I thought this was another Kappa Ninja Turtle. 3 green for a legendary Troll Shaman at rare. It's a 5/5 trample. What else? Thrun, Breaker of Silence, can't be the target of non-green spells your opponents control or abilities from non-green sources your opponents control. And as long as your turn, Thrun has indestructible. You kidding me? And he can't be countered, by the way. Meh, build around D-. Yup, sucks. So basically, the only way your opponent can stop this is fuck. A green fight or bite on their turn? And it's only rare? Jesus Christ. This is going to be the biggest pain in the dick to deal with. And he's indestructible on your turn, so you just get to attack with an indestructible 5/5 trample. What the actual fuck? This card's an A. But good fucking god, dude. Attack into it, try to combat trick, I guess, question mark? Yikes. Yeah, that is quite the win card. A. Good lord. Hate that. Alright, up to the last few cards of green. Starting off with the Tyrannax Atrocity. 3 green for a common Phyrexian dinosaur. 4/4 haste. Toxic 3. Yeah. That's a dude. D. Next is the Sky Scythe Engulfer. 5 in a green for a 6/5 common Phyrexian beast. It has reach and trample and can't be blocked by creatures with flying. Okay. Okay, that's a guy. That's a top end card. D. Sylvok Battle Chair. 4 green for an uncommon artifact equipment. This is green's only artifact equipment with 4 Mirrodin. Equipped creature gets +4/+4 and has trample. So for 6 mana, you get a 6/6 trample. That's the same as the, what the fuck is that dinosaur named? From Ixalan? Ramp? No. Fuck was his name? You know what I'm talking about. Colossal Dreadmaw. That's it. Thank you. Colossal Dreadmaw. Yeah. So a 4 mana 6/6 trample sure is. And sometimes that can just push you over the edge to win. Yeah. Then its equip cost is 5 green. That's expensive. So there's going to be games where you basically get it down for the 6/6 token. And then you may not get another land to re-equip it. And or another creature to re-equip it. But again, base value, 6 mana 6/6 trample. It was fine in Ixalan. Colossal Dreadmaw. Yeah, have a seat. I think it's going to be a C. The re-equip cost is going to be a pain, but if you manage to get it off, giving something +4/+4 and trample, that's a lot. And then you do get the 6/6 trample on its own. So it's like a C. Next, Nissa, Ascended Animist. 3 green, Phyrexian green for Nissa. Oh, poor Nissa. What'd they do to your hair? She comes in with 7 loyalty, or 5, or 3, depending on how much Phyrexian mana you used. +1, create an XX green Phyrexian horror creature token, where X is Nissa Ascended Animist's loyalty. -1, destroy target artifact or enchantment. -7, until end of turn, creatures you control get +1/+1 for each forest you control and gain trample. Now, how the heck do you figure out this one? So for the most part, she can ultimate as soon as you cast her, but that's 7 mana, and 4 of that mana has to be green. So if you go 3 green green, 2 life, 2 life, Nissa comes down at 3 loyalty, you plus 1 her, and you make a 4/4. That's still good. And let's say she dies right away, you just have a 5 mana 4/4. If you go 3 green green green, 2 life, then you're paying 6 mana for a 6/6. No, she's good. She's good. I feel like more often than not, you're gonna pay 5 life, or sorry, you're gonna pay 5 mana and 4 life to get her down to start making 4/4s. To 5/5s to 6s to whatever. Because your opponent does have to answer it, otherwise tokens are just gonna keep getting generated. She's good, but the mana cost and that life cost, a little spooky. I'm gonna put her towards the A- side because she's still gonna win you the games and the absolute bomb. But there is going to be a cost. A- for Nissa. Next, Paladin of Predation. 5 green green, 7 mana. For an uncommon Phyrexian Knight, it's a 6/7 with Toxic 6. Paladin of Predation can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. That's a big dude. I guess it's like kind of a ramp target. And or if you got no might chumpers, mites can't block anyway. Yeah. Seems like a this paladin would like to sit in the chair, please. Could you imagine? Yeah, this seems like a top end ramp target if you need one. C-. Next, Tyrannix Rex. 4 green, green, green for a mythic rare Phyrexian dinosaur. It's an 8/8. This spell can't be countered. Trample. Ward 4. Haste. Toxic 4. Oh, okay. So this is a slightly more reasonable version of that one uncountable green dinosaur from a few years ago. Carnage Tyrant. The ward's only 4. Yep. Same thing. It's 7 mana, 3 of it's got to be green, but if you like put this down, there's a good chance it's going to swing in for 8. And that's very threatening. It's still an A, even with the mana cost. It's all the more reason to make your deck heavy green. And getting some mana dorks to help ramp into it. Yeah, with the way Toxic works, they need to stop all of the damage. So even if like 1 damage tramples through, the opponent still takes 4 poison counters. Yep, alright. A. Final green card. Oh god. Zopendril? Hunger Dominus. 5 green green for a mythic rare legendary Phyrexian horror. 4/6 reach. At the beginning of each combat, double the power and toughness of each creature you control until end of turn. Fucking great. Phyrexian green, sacrifice 2 other creatures. Put an indestructible counter on Zopendril Hunger Dominus. Oh, okay. So you double the power and toughness of each creature. So, each combat, not just yours, opponents as well. So in combat, she's an 8/12 with reach for some reason. Why would you want to sacrifice 2 other creatures to make her indestructible when you just want to double their power and toughness and get in with them? Still good. A minus. She herself not having like a lot of evasion or means of pushing damage through makes it a little bit exciting, but it's an effect that your opponent has to deal with, otherwise they are going to lose. So, say A minus for it.
Sweet.
Hey, MTG Nerd Girl, thank you for the resub. Good to see you. Hope you're well. We're just going through my set review. This is my first time actually looking at the dang cards. And just like that, after Zoprindle, we're through all of the colors. We still got to do the gold cards, the artifacts, and all of that. I don't know, based on colors alone, I don't know if I have one that's really standing out to me as the best so far. Black's removal is stupid good. But you know, black usually has stronger removal, but black's removal seems incredibly strong in particular in this set. Alright, let's learn about all the uncommons and all the old gold, signposts and all that. Malcator, the Purity Overseer, 1 white and a blue for a legendary Phyrexian Elephant Wizard. Yeah, why not? It's rare, so it's not the signpost uncommon. It's a 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, create a 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Golem artifact creature token. Oh, okay, no, that's good. At the beginning of your end step, if 3 or more artifacts enter the battlefield under your control this turn, create a 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Golem artifact creature token. Okay, so for 3 mana, you get a 1/1 and a 3/3. That's great. And if you got means of generating 3 more artifacts in a single turn, whether it's mites or, I don't know, some other shit in the set, you just get extra 3/3s out of it. He's good on his own. Not like an instant win, but 2 creatures for 3 mana is solid. Easy B for Malcator. I feel like you basically have to have the Phyrexian Might creators to even get the second part. Because otherwise, like, three artifacts is a lot. So it seems like a B. The next one, okay, so here is the actual signpost card for blue-white, which is the Cephalopod Sentry. 2 white and a blue for an uncommon Phyrexian artifact squid. It's flying. Cephalopod Sentry's power is equal to the number of artifacts you control, and it has 5 toughness. Okay, so blue-white is artifacts. Which I'm a slut for artifacts, so I might be all over that. Yeah, it does target itself, so it is a 1/5 flyer. Which is a big butt for a flyer. And if you're in blue-white, it's going to be very easy to make this like a 2/5 flyer or a 3/5 flyer. Seems good. Yeah, that's like a B. I like it. And I do like playing artifact decks. My Pioneer deck is artifact-based, so, you know. Next is Venser Corpse Puppet. Blue-black for a legendary Phyrexian zombie wizard at rare. It's a 1/3. It has lifelink and toxic 1. And whenever you proliferate, choose one. If you don't control a creature named the Hollow Sentinel, create the Hollow Sentinel, a legendary 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Golem artifact creature token. Or target artifact creature you control gains flying and lifelink until end of turn. That's tight. So for blue-black, you get a 1/3 lifelinker, toxic 1. And then blue-black probably cares about proliferating in general, which black had a lot of cheap ways of doing that. Blue had some oil counters, yeah. So then whenever you get to proliferate, you just get a bonus of getting a 3/3 out of it. And then if you already got the 3/3, you just make that 3/3 or something else have flying and lifelink. Neato, I like them. Another B for Venser. Next is the Voidwing Hybrid. Blue-black for an uncommon Phyrexian bat. He's a 2/1 flyer with Toxic 1. Whenever you proliferate, return Voidwing Hybrid from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I like that. So blue-black wants proliferation. And the payoff is this little 2/1 that can keep coming back. Which, again, just makes it seem pretty aggressive. Kind of lean more like B- for it, though. If you get this down in turn 2, though, there's a good chance you're going to be able to get this in at least once. So you can help guarantee you get a poison counter on your opponent so you have something to proliferate and keep getting the Voidwing Hybrid back. B- for that guy. We also have Kaito Dancing Shadow, 2 blue and a black for a Kaito Planeswalker at rare. With 3 loyalty. That's a lot of text, hold on. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may return one of them to its owner's hand. If you do, you may activate loyalty abilities of Kaito twice this turn rather than only once. Oh, okay, so it's like a kind of a take on the ninjutsu mechanic. His abilities are +1. Up to 1 target creature can't attack or block until your next turn. 0, draw a card. -2, create a 2/2 colorless drone artifact creature token with Death Touch, and when this creature leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Seems good. Are there ways to get rid of poison counters in this set so far? Nope. So he's got 2 means of protecting himself. His +1 stops someone from attacking. His -2 gives you a 2/2 Death Toucher that drains your opponent when it dies. And he can just draw cards? Dude, Kaito's good. Yeah, poison is still, if you get 10 poison counters, you lose. Huh. I like him. Hey. Yeah, just has multiple ways of protecting himself. He's more, he's gonna be the best just to like draw you extra cards because he doesn't really have like a win condition on his own by any means, but I like it. Moving on to the next ones. Charforger. 1 black-red for an uncommon Phyrexian beast. It's a 2/3. And when he enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red Phyrexian goblin creature token. Okay. Whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Charforger. Remove 3 oil counters from Charforger. Exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Okay. So, black-red, not necessarily sacrifice, but wants stuff to die, weirdly. Or maybe it does kind of have like a sacrifice theme, and that's why it comes with the 1/1. 3 oil counters just to exile the top, though? It's really unexciting. C+, I guess, but like... doesn't seem like it's going to be doing a whole lot for you. Next, Kethic Crucible Goliath. 2 black-red for a rare legendary Phyrexian beast. It's a 4/4. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, reveal cards from the top of your library. Until you reveal a non-legendary creature card with lesser mana value, put it onto the battlefield, then put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Yeah, it's okay. So, again, for the most part, it's going to be a 4-4 for 4. And then if you steal an opponent's creature, you can sack it, and then you get one of your creatures back out. This gets better when you're playing against white that's doing a lot of enchantment-based removal, like Pacifisms or Blue's Sleep Effect. But aside from that, it's just kind of a 4-4 for 4, which is fine. C+. Koi Keaton, thanks for the resub. Next is red and green. We got Miglaws, the Maze Crusher. 1 red-green for a legendary Phyrexian Beast at rare. It's a 4-4 for 3 mana. It enters the battlefield with 5 oil counters on it. Pay 1. Remove an oil counter from Miglaws. It gains Vigilance and Menace until end of turn. Or 2. Remove 2 oil counters from Miglaws. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Or 3. Remove 3 oil counters from Miglaws. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. That's kind of cool. I like how it has multiple ways of using its oil counters. Yeah, attacking with Vigilance and Menace. Possible threat. You can do all these at instant speed, so you can make them into a 6/6. Yeah, 3 mana 4/4 that just has a lot of extra effects and can beat ass in. That's pretty good. I like him quite a bit. B+. I feel like 3 oil counters to take out an artifact or enchantment is... That's a lot of oil counters. You know? But I like it. B+. Next is Luca, Bound to Ruin. 2 red, green, and then Phyrexian red or Phyrexian green. You have a choice there. 5 loyalty. +1, add green-red mana. Spend this mana only to cast creature spells or activate abilities of creatures. -1, create a 3/3 green Phyrexian Beast creature token with Toxic 1. Okay. -4, Luca deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers, where X is the greatest power among creatures you controlled as you activated this ability. It's kind of a weird way of wording that. That's solid, though. Only -1 to start pooping out some 3/3s. Prevents power decreases on the stack. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I was trying to figure out, like, power increases on the stack, but whatever. Yeah, it's weird. I like him. He's by no means an insta-win, but if you're able to use him to ramp out a bigger creature or just start making a bunch of 3/3s, super worth. Doesn't protect himself nearly as well as some of the other planeswalkers, but he's good enough. Still an A-. I'd be happy playing him for 4 with some life and start making some 3/3s. Oh, yeah, if the creature is killed, he still sees it. Yeah, okay. I see what you guys mean now. I follow you. All right. Thanks for enlightening me. Next is the Cinder/slash Ravager. 4 red-green for the red-green signpost uncommon. It's a 5/5. Oh, this spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent you control with oil counters on it. Okay. It has Vigilance, and when it enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. Ah, okay. So red-green just has a pretty generic oil. Kind of wants oil. Just wants oil. So if you have if you have 2 permanents with oil counters, paying 4 mana for a 5/5 Vigilance is really good. Deal 1 damage to each creature your opponent controls. Help wipe your opponent's board of mites. Yeah, seems solid. Yeah, but you definitely need the oil counters to make this pay off, because if you don't get the oil counters, this is just an overcosted, understated card. Even then, just a 5/5 vigilance. Just kind of seems okay. C, maybe C+. It's like a C, and reaches C+, like the cheaper it gets. It still isn't amazing. Next is Melira, the Living Cure. Green and a white for a rare legendary human scout. That's a 3/3. If you would get 1 or more poison counters, instead you get one poison counter, and you can't get additional poison counters this turn. Okay. So basically, she makes it so that you will get at most 1 poison counter a turn. That's a weird way of wording it, but yeah. Exile Melira, the Living Cure. Choose another creature or artifact. When it's put into the graveyard this turn, return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Alright. If she's the Living Cure, she's gonna somehow cure Jace or fucking whatever. She's a 2-mana 3/3. Which, Jesus. Yeah, she's a 2-mana 3/3 that kind of staves off poison, I guess. And then you can cash her in later to return a target creature card back to the battlefield beforehand. I feel like 2-mana 3/3 is fine enough. B. Next is the Slaughter Singer. Green-white, uncommon Phyrexian Clear it. 2/2. Toxic 2. Whenever another creature you control with toxic attacks, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay, so he himself does not give himself +1/+1, but makes all your other toxic creatures attack for a little bit bigger. So green-white just has a general toxic game plan. Just anything with toxic. I mean, it makes all the mites into 2/2s. That's not bad. Seems solid. B-. I feel like there hasn't been a set where the green-white go wide plan has ever actually worked. Like, I feel like they keep trying to make it happen, and it just hasn't. Maybe this will be the one. Who knows? B-. Next, Rhea Ivor, Bane of Bladehold. 2 white and a black for a legendary Phyrexia Knight at rare. It's a 3/4 with Battle Cry? Whenever this creature attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Okay. At the beginning of a combat on your turn, the next time target creature would deal combat damage to 1 or more players this combat, prevent that damage. If damage is prevented this way, create that many 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact creature tokens with Toxic 1, and this creature can't block. So you can make one of your creatures not deal combat damage at all, and instead you get that many mites. I guess you do that for like a turn, so that you can use her to battle cry the turn after. That's weird. I mean, ignoring bottom text, 4-mana 3/4 battle cry is fine. Yeah, you like if you have like a fly or something, instead of like flying in for 3 damage, you instead fly in and make 3 1/1s. So that next turn you can battle cry, have them all attacking as 2/1s. I get it. I just don't see many situations where I'd rather just not have the flying damage. I'm sure there will be. Weird card. I like the battle cry part of it though. Still a B. It's a weird design. All right, next cards. The Vivisection Evangelist, 3 white and a black for a rare, uncommon Phyrexian Cleric. It's a 4/4 Vigilance with Corrupted. When the Vivisection Evangelist enters the battlefield, if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. All right. Black-white wants Corrupted. Get 3 poison counters on your opponent, and your payoff is a 4/4 Vigilance that destroys a target creature when it ETBs. That's good. That's like a B+ for Vivisection Evangelist. Very good. Can't destroy Elish nor D+. Yep. Yeah, that's a great payoff. D+ for the Vivisection Evangelist. Next is Kaya, the Intangible Slayer. 3 white, white, black, black. For a rare planeswalker. She has hexproof. With 6 loyalty. +2. Each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. 0. You draw 2 cards. Then each opponent may scry 1. I don't know why they wouldn't. And her -3 is exile target creature or enchantment. If it wasn't an aura... What? If it wasn't an aura, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 1/1 white spirit creature with flying in addition to its other types. Oh, what the fuck? Huh. Maybe this is why that 1 white exile effect was like enchant basic land. So you can kind of get around that. Well, that's a lot of mana. That's a lot of mana, and that's very expensive. But her -3 ability is incredible. Because not only do you take out an opponent's creature, you get to make a copy of it as a 1/1 for yourself. Like, that's a 2 creature power swing. And that's great. Kaya's an A. She is expensive, though. She's also hexproof, which makes it even harder for your opponent to deal with. So they have to deal with her through combat. I feel like white-black is going to want to be too aggressive to really try to curve out to 7 mana to get Kaya down. But if you do, she's super good. Still an A, just expensive. I feel like your white-black deck will probably want to be faster than that. I got a feeling. Very strong card. The Serum Core Chimera. 2 blue and a red. For an uncommon Phyrexian Chimera, it's a 2/4 flyer. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on the Serum Core Chimera. You can remove 3 oil counters to draw a card. Then you may discard a non-land card. When you discard a card this way, Serum Core Chimera deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Activate only as a sorcery. All right, so yeah. Blue-red is your another spells matter archetype. I like it, though. Like, a 2/4 flyer is fine. And then the payoff is you get to cast a bunch of spells, and then you get to draw an extra card off it and deal 3 damage to something. The perfect mix of blue and red. I like that. It is 4 mana to get it down. So it's probably still just like a B. No, the 3 damage is huge. B+. B+ for Serum Core Chimera. Card advantage. Can potentially kill a creature. I like it. However, there's also Avaka? Ovika? I'm going to say Avaka. Avaka Enigma Goliath. 5 blue-red for a legendary Phyrexia Nightmare at rare. It's a 6/6 flyer. Oh my god, with Ward 3 and Pay 3 life? Okay, sure. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create X 1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature tokens, where X is the mana value of that spell. They gain haste until end of turn. Jesus. It's another good card. It's 7 mana. I don't know. I would put this in my green-red deck and just splash blue for her. Or even my green-blue deck and splash red for her. Because like any spell makes a lot of babies. That's a hefty ward cost, big flyer. Yeah, only going to go A- on it. No, still an A. Yeah, knowing me, I'll get enough lands to cast it. Still an A for Avaka. That is the biggest flyer in the set. Next is Glissa Sunslayer. 1 black-red for a legendary Phyrexian zombie elf at rare. 3/3. Ooh, first strike and death touch. Okay, pretty good. And whenever Glissa Sunslayer deals combat damage to a player, choose one. You draw a card and lose a life. Hell yeah. Destroy target enchantment. Sure. Remove up to 3 counters from target permanent. That's good. That's good. I'd be happy with a 3 mana 3/3 first strike death touch. And then just because that's amazingly defensive and then it attacks super well. Big fan of Glissa Sunslayer. A-. Can you remove poison counters from yourself? You are not a permanent. So you can't remove poison counters from yourself, but you can take away oil counters from your opponent if they're trying to set something up. Next is Tyver, the Jubilant Brawler. Who cares about this guy? 1 black-red for the Tyver Planeswalker at rare. He's got 3 loyalty. You may activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had haste. Okay. His +1 is untap up to 1 target creature. His -2 is mill 3 cards. Then you may return a creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This guy's dumb, right? Like, real dumb? The most you can do with it is, oh, +1 him to give a guy pseudo-vigilance. I mean, I get it. Say your creature has, like, a tap ability. You cast it. You can activate it as if it had haste. It doesn't actually have haste, but you can activate it. And then you +1 to untap them, so you can tap them to activate that ability again. Whoa, the combo plays! But like, what are you doing with that? See? That -2, the fact they have to mill 3 makes it less and less exciting to do. Like, every time you activate it, it feels worse. Tyver sucks. All right. Again, C, but even that's kind of generous. Next, Necrogen Rot Priest. 2 black-green for an uncommon Phyrexian Zombie Cleric. It's a 1/5 with Toxic 2. Whenever a creature you control with Toxic deals combat damage to a player, that player gets an additional poison counter. And you can spend 1 black-green. Target creature you control with Toxic gains Death Touch until end of turn. Oh. Oh, okay. So black-green. Black-green's all about kind of ramping out poison counters. The activated ability is extra cool. So black-green wants toxic and has means of getting extra poison against your opponents. Black-green wants to win through poison counters. Nice. Yeah, and it's going to make your opponent have to be very careful about the way they deal with blocks and all that, knowing that any toxic creature could get death touch. Not bad, like her. That's a B. Next up is Jor Kadeen, the first Gold Warden. That's cool art. Red-white for a legendary human rebel at rare. It's a 2/2 trample. And then whenever Jor Kadeen, first Gold Warden, attacks, it gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of equipped creatures you control. Then, if Kadeen's power is 4 or greater, draw a card. So you could equip Jor Kadeen and give him 4 power. And then when he attacks, or even like +1 power. And then when he attacks, he gives himself +1/+1. Then he's got 4 power. Then he's drawing a card and has trample. Or if he's combat trick him pre-combat, swing in. The equip part doesn't matter. You're just drawing a card. That's it's an aggressive red-white card. But it's a red-white card that has the means of actually drawing you other cards, which helps a lot. Yeah, weird that he's a human rebel and not a human soldier. But I get it. Like, rebels is more in line with, like, going up against Phyrexia. I like him enough. I'd say B-. I'd be happy paying 2 mana for a 2/2 trample. And then really you just need any equipment that gives them just 1 more power. And you want him swinging in, or just play him with combat tricks. Yeah, I like him. B-. All right, last few gold cards. The Bladehold War Whip. 1 red-white for uncommon equipment for Mirrodin. Equip abilities you activate of other equipment cost 1 less to activate. Equipped creature has double strike, with the equip cost being 3 red-white. So for 3 mana, you get a 2/2 double strike. That's good. And then it makes all your other equipment, not counting itself, cost 1 less to activate again. I'd be happy grabbing this for the 3/2 double strike, or the 2/2 double strike at 3 mana. That's good. Yeah, so red-white, it just wants to be aggressive with equipment. Neat. So, barring anything else, I'm just going to pretend like the equip cost doesn't matter and the equip ability thing doesn't matter. Would I pay 3 mana for a 2/2 double strike? Absolutely yes, every time. B. There's also a Planeswalker, though. Nahiri, the Unforgiving. 1 red, white, and then Phyrexia in red or white. Comes in with 5 loyalty, or 3 if you pay the life, +1. Until your next turn, up to 1 target creature attacks a player each combat, if able. Okay. So the way that reads is that you can force your opponent to attack with a creature that maybe they don't want to swing with. Or you do it on your own creature that you're going to attack with, or do it post-combat where it doesn't matter. She has another +1 though. Discard a card, draw a card. Hell yeah. Free rummage. And she also has a 0 ability. Exile target creature or equipment card with mana value less than Nahiri's loyalty from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of it. That token gains haste. Exile it at the beginning of the next end step. Fascinating. So if you exile a creature card from your graveyard, you get the token, you get the swing into the token. But if you exile the equipment, well, then you got the soldier token with that equipment swinging in. Then the equipment goes away, but you still got yourself a 2/2 token afterwards. She's okay. I don't feel like she protects herself all that well. I guess if you have creatures in your graveyard, you can just hit the 0 and make a token to chump with. I mean, I like the discard a card, draw a card part a lot. Yeah, it seems all right. Not terribly exciting. Leaning B- for her. I think I personally would be fine playing the completion cost and just get her down for 3 loyalty. I mean, your opponent's going to want to deal with them because it's card advantage and you can force your opponent into bad attacks. So, B-. All right, Tainted Observer. 1 green-white for an uncommon Phyrexian bird. That's a 2/3 flyer with Toxic 1. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2, and if you do, proliferate. Okay, so green-blue, I guess, is about proliferation, sort of, but also toxic. Oh, Green-blue seems to be the least defined archetype compared to the others. This is a solid creature, though. I do like how basically it allows you to proliferate almost any creature you cast from there. You just pay the extra 2. I like it just for its base stats alone. Still a B. Next is Izuri, Stalker of Spheres. 2 green-blue for a legendary Phyrexian Elf Warrior at rare. It's a 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 3. If you do, proliferate twice. And then whenever you proliferate, draw a card. Well, if you happen to have 7 mana, 7 mana for a 3/3, draw 2. Sure. But I always like just kind of getting it down for 4 mana. And then just makes your future proliferates that much better because you get to draw a card off of it. Yeah, that's fine. B-. Again, I don't know how often you're going to be able to get to 7 mana in this format. I feel like it's going to be much more aggressive based on a lot of the other colors, but sure. B-. And the final gold card, Atraxa. Grand Unifier. Oh, Christ. 3 green, white, blue, black. Why not red? You didn't want to go full Wooburg on this one? Okay. Legendary Phyrexian Angel and Mythic, 7/7. Flying, Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink. Christ. When Atraxas Grand Unifier enters the battlefield, reveal the top 10 cards of your library. For each card type, you may put a card of that type from among the revealed cards into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom. So you cast or look at the top 10 cards, grab a land, grab a creature, grab an artifact, grab an enchantment, grab a sorcery, blah, 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 blah. No red, so no haste. Oh, you're right. White for flying, green for vigilance. I'm sorry, blue for flying, green for vigilance, black for death touch, white for lifelink. I gotcha. Haste would be a lot for it. Decent reanimation target? Could, yeah. Good luck casting it, yes. But if you do, you're gonna win. Because, I mean, in the ideal thing, if you manage to cast it, you have a 7/7 flying fucking fuck you. But you also get like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 8 possible cards. What the fuck is a battle card? It says it's listing all the card types, and one of them is battle? What the fuck is battle? Huh. Well, obviously it's gonna be like a new thing eventually, but like, what does it mean? Is it like an instant you can only cast during combat? I'll let future Jared worry about that. This card's gonna be impossible to cast. You fight the other player IRL. Yep. You'll never be able to cast this card. Ever. Never, ever. But if you do, you win. So it's like an A, but you have to be able to cast it somehow. I don't know how you're gonna do that, but if you do it, great. All right, and with that, we get to move on to the artifacts. Basilica Skull Bomb. 1 for an artifact, common. You can pay 1 to sacrifice it to draw a card. Okay. 2 and a white, sacrifice Basilica Skull Bomb. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains flying until end of turn. Draw a card. Activate only as a sorcery. Huh. Oh no, that's cute. That's cute. So this is a really cheap artifact that you can put down to help make sure you have X amount of artifacts out for whatever archetype. And then whenever you don't need it, you can pay 1 to cash in on it. Or you can pay 3 to cash in on it and get a +2/+2 and a flyer until end of turn. That's interesting. Okay. It is sorcery speed. It's like a D+ card, maybe C-. But I could see decks in which people grab a bunch of these just for cheap artifacts and or cantrip abilities. Because even in the late game, if you don't need it, 2 mana to draw a new card is not bad. All right, and there's like a bunch of Skull Bombs, so I think they're all going to have like their own similar effect with the draw card thing. Blue is Surgical Skull Bomb. 1. Yep, pay 1, sacrifice to draw a card. Or 2 and a blue, return target creature to its owner's hand, draw a card, activate only as a sorcery. I think I like that one more. Compared to the white, that tempo play, draw a card, I like that a little bit more. The Dross Skull Bomb. Yep, 1, sack, draw a card. 2 and a black. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, draw a card. Okay. Red, same thing, only it's put 1 in a red, so a little bit cheaper. Sack it, put 2 oil counters on target artifact or creature you control, draw a card. And then the Maze Skull Bomb in green. 2 in a green, target creature control gets +3/+3 and trample until end of turn, draw a card. I like the blue and green ones the most out of all of those. I like the red one the least. And then white and black somewhere in the middle. These all read like D+ cards. But with like the amount of like artifact synergy, kind of like in Brothers War, I could see people grabbing up a lot of these to try to get that synergy. So yeah, I'll say D+. I might still play them. Next is the Prosthetic Injector. 1 for an uncommon equipment. Equipped creature gets +0, +2, and has toxic 1, equip cost 1. Now that's an efficient equipment. 1 mana for only 2 toughness, and it gives him toxic 1? That's solid. Red-white decks will want it. B- for that one, just because of how cheap it is. This is like the... It does not have 4 Mirrodin, but that is like very cheap equipment. The Dune Mover. 2 mana for a common artifact Phyrexian Golem. It's a 2/1 with toxic 1. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, shuffle it, and put your land on top. Okay. It's like a... the fuck was that card? There's another card that did something so similar. See, the thing is, you do put it on top, so it's not really like a card advantage. It is a means of fixing and help making sure you're hitting your land drops. And then in the late game, you don't have to search for the land. Yeah, mostly filler though. Still like a D. All right. Monument to Perfection. A rare artifact that costs 2. You can pay 3 and tap it. Search your library for a basic sphere or locus land card. Reveal it and put it into your hand. Uh-huh. You can also pay 3. Monument to Perfection becomes a 9/9 Phyrexian construct artifact creature. Loses all abilities and gains indestructible and toxic 9. Activate only if there are 9 or more lands with different names among the basic sphere and locust lands you control. So, in limited, this is a 2 mana artifact that can spend 3 to get a basic land out of your deck. Achievement unlocked, make it into a 9/9. But for the most part, really not worth it. D-. Next is the Mere Convert, a 2 mana uncommon artifact creature. It's a 2/1 with toxic 1. Pay 2 life, add 1 mana of any color. Ooh, that 2 life will add up real quick. It is colorless, so it goes in any deck at least. Yeah, it just basically gives you Phyrexian mana. I think it's going to be C, but yeah, how many times would you really activate it before you feel like it's too painful? Yeah, careful on that one, though. Next, Prophetic... Oh, Prophetic Prism's back! Oh, this is cool Prophetic Prism's art. As a 2 mana common artifact, when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. You can pay 1, tap it to add 1 mana of any color. So keep in mind, this does not ramp you because you have to pay 1 mana to activate it. However, it is a fixer. I would rather play this than the Convert. Yeah, that's fine. C-. Soulless Jailer. Oh, that's me anytime I gotta put chat in horny jail. 2 mana, artifact creature, Phyrexian Golem at rare. It's a 0/4. Permanent cards and graveyards can't enter the battlefield. Players can't cast non-creature spells from graveyards or exile. Oh, shit. This is like a D- limited card, but this seems like it's going to be a real good constructed card. Yeah, watch out for this one in constructed. Limited, there's really like no reason for you to play it. Mostly D-. Next, the Tablet of Completion. A 2-mana rare artifact. Tap it, put an oil counter on Tablet of Completion. Tap it, add 1 colorless mana. Activate only if the Tablet of Completion has 2 or more oil counters on it. And then you can pay 1, tap it, draw a card. Activate only if Tablet of Completion has 5 or more oil counters on it. Yeah. It's like a... Fuck. I keep seeing the card in queue, but now I can't think of the name of it. One of those like 2-mana, like Stone Brain kind of card. Yeah, it's one of those cards where if you can get this down on early on, it's great. And then it helps. It does need 2 oil counters in order to start activating, though. Now it needs 2. This seems too slow. I'm down on it now. I'm down on it. Nah, D. Too slow. And my brain's like, oh yeah, 1 oil counter for one mana. That makes sense. No, you need 2 oil counters before you start getting your first mana out of it. Not into it. Yeah, would get better with Proliferate or anything else that can put oil counters on something. So like D, potential build around C-. We'll have to see on that one. Next is the Filigree Silex. It's a 2-mana legendary artifact at rare. Tap, put an oil counter on Filigree Silex. Tap, sacrifice the Filigree Silex, destroy each non-land permanent with mana value equal to the number of oil counters on the Filigree Silex. Tap, remove 10 oil counters from among permanents you control and sacrifice the Filigree Silex. Deal 10 damage to any target. So the biggest note is that the middle one, where it's destroy each non-land permanent with mana value equal to the Silex, is mana value equal, not mana value or less. So if you got 3 mana or 3 oil counters on it and you sacrifice it, you destroy anything on the battlefield that's exactly 3 mana. Your opponent's or your own stuff. Keep that in mind. That said, achievement unlocked, remove... It has to be 10 oil counters, not just any counters. So you can't like Planeswalker cheese dick it. But yeah, and like the the blue-green, blue-black Proliferate decks, this could suddenly deal 10 damage to something for only 2 mana. Otherwise, yeah, this is like an F in most decks. In a dedicated Proliferate deck, I don't know. Could be a win con. Yeah, it's 10 counters from... It's remove 10 oil counters from among permanents you control. So it can't be +1/+1 counters. It can't be loyalty counters. But yeah, it would be funny, because a surprise 10 damage would do it. Next is the Zenith Chronicler. It's a 2-mana rare artifact creature. It's a 3/1. Whenever a player casts their first multicolored spell each turn, each other player draws a card. This is definitely a constructed card, right? Otherwise, it's a 2-mana 3/1. No, it's not an F because it is a 2-mana 3/1 and it's an artifact, so it can go in any deck. It's just not awesome. It's like a D. Unless you think you can be sneaky about it and get your opponent to cast a multicolored spell so you get to draw a card. Yeah, this is definitely going to be more of a constructed card, but it's a D. It's also a rare, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Next, Atrax's Skitterfang, a 3-mana artifact creature at uncommon. It's a 2/2. It enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may remove an oil counter from Atrax's Skitterfang. If you do, target creature you control gains your choice of Flying, Vigilance, Death Touch, or Lifelink until end of turn. Hey! I like that. And it's a May. 3-mana 2/2 with some oil counters. It's only combat on your turn, so it definitely attacks better than it does block. But if you got more of a beatdown deck, that's pretty good. I like that. That's a C. Next, Ichor Plate Golem, a 3-mana artifact creature, uncommon. 2/3. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it has 1 or more oil counters on it, put an oil counter on it. Ooh, creatures you control with oil counters on them get +1/+1? What? Oh, this guy's going to be good. So it makes all your creatures ETB with additional oil counters. If they come with oil counters. And it makes all your oil counter creatures get +1/+1. Dude, that's good. This is a B. Again, a B in like the right deck, your oil deck. You're not going to put this in your equipment deck or your sacrifice deck, but that's great. B. Next is the Miran Safe House, 3 mana for a rare artifact. As long as Miran Safe House is on the battlefield, it has all activated abilities of all land cards in all graveyards. Okay, F. You don't want that. You don't want to spend 3 mana to get the land abilities. And it has to be lands in graveyards. No, you don't want that. That's enough. Next, the Mirror Custodian, 3 mana for a common artifact creature. It's a 2/3. When the Custodian enters the battlefield, scry 2. Then each opponent may scry 1. Oh. It's like... What was that? What was that Kaladesh artifact where like an ETB? It's like a creature that enters in, and both you and the opponent just got to scry 1. Yeah. This is just kind of like a, it's another filler card. D+. The scry part's nice, but it's fine. Next. Phyrexian Atlas, 3 mana for a common artifact. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Okay, so there is a 3 mana mana rock in it, so there's a bit more fixing opportunities than I realized, but it also has Corrupted. And then whenever the Phyrexian Atlas becomes tapped, each opponent who has 3 or more poison counters also loses 1 life. I'd be happy playing this in sealed. Get that fixing. Any other deck? I guess in case you want to ramp, or if you got that Corrupted, to keep pinging him for 1 life every turn. I've been talking too much. My sinuses are so drained. Next, the Staff of Completion. It's a 3 mana mythic rare artifact. Tap, pay 1 life. Destroy target permanent you own. Tap, pay 2 life. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap, pay 3 life. Proliferate. Tap, pay 4 life. Draw a card. 5 mana. Untap, Staff of Completion. This seems like a win more card. I can't see a world in which you'd want to destroy your own permanent. 2 life to add 1 mana of any color. That's going to get painful. The pay 3 life proliferate, that's a lot of life for proliferate. Even paying 4 life for a draw card? I thought this was going to be like a Staff of Domination thing and be like stupid good. Yeah, I think this is going to be like a commander card. Paying 4 life just to draw a card is the best thing you can get out of that, and that is a steep cost. I think this might be an F. Nah, I wouldn't go that low. D-. If you're desperate for proliferations or adding extra mana. Or maybe you got a bunch of lifelink somehow. I don't know. I think it's a D-. I'm not into that one. Oof. There's a new sword? Is this a reprint or is this a new sword? I think it's a new one because I don't know this name. The Sword of Forge and Frontier. 3 for a mythic rare equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has protection from red and from green. Straight up protection. Okay. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. You may play an additional land this turn. Equip cost 2. That's fantastic. These swords are always super strong. Easy A. So was there not a red-green sword before, and that's why they made this one? I don't understand. I like it. Hey. I would play this in any deck. Pretty much? Okay. Next is the Mere Kinsmith. It's a 4-mana common artifact creature. It's a 3/1. But when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a Mere card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. So what Mere could you get with this guy that'd be so good? The Mere Custodian? The Mere Convert? Mostly that. Yeah, I don't really see this guy being very good. D-. Next, Ribskiff. A 4-mana uncommon vehicle. It is a 4/4 with Toxic 2. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Crew 3. Ribskiff is fun to say. Yes. Even with like the whole draw card part of it, which I like, the crew 3 is a lot. And if you don't have any creatures, this is a lot of mana just to not do a lot to the battlefield. I don't think this is going to be very good. You could power it with mites, yeah. It still takes 3 mites to do so. I'm not super into it. So it looks like a filler card. D for me. Alright, last couple ones here. We got some special lands too. Alright, Argentum Masticore. A 5-mana rare artifact creature. It's a 5/5 with first strike and protection from multicolored. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice Argentum Masticore unless you discard a card. When you discard a card this way, destroy target non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the mana value of the discarded card. Interesting. I mean, a 5-mana 5/5 first strike. Is solid. Ooh, keep in mind, so this happens at the beginning of your upkeep, and that's before your draw step. I don't know about this guy. It kind of reminds me of like Rotting Regisaur a little bit, where the discarding a card clause can add up. So, I mean, I feel like in an ideal world, it allows you to turn like your 2 mana 2/2s or your 3 mana 3/2s to just destroy an opponent's creature or permanent with that mana value. But once you get to like 4 mana or 5 mana, would I really want to discard those? Wouldn't I just want to play them? It's a weird one. I think it's going to be just like a C. Because I like the first strike, but it can still get chump blocked pretty easy, and it's going to force you to discard a card every single turn. It seems like a C. And I could just see worlds where it's going to be more painful for the discards than anything else. Yeah, C for Argentum Mastercore. Weird. And finally, Graz, Unstoppable Juggernaut. An 8-mana legendary artifact creature at rare. It's a 7/5. Juggernauts you control attack each combat if able. Juggernauts you control can't be blocked by walls. There's no walls in this set. Other creatures you control have base power and toughness 5/3 and are Juggernauts in addition to other creature types. Alright, that's funny. This is actually funny. Just turns all the classic Juggernauts, all your creatures into Juggernauts. If you have a billion mites, suddenly they're all 5/3s. That said, this costs 8 goddamn mana. Maybe you can do something with this one, like white-black and some reanimation effects. That could be cute. Yeah, for the most part, I feel like this has to be reanimated out rather than straight up paying 8 mana to actually get it down. Also, it makes it so you have to attack each combat if able, so you can leave yourself vulnerable. That's funny. That's funny, D. It's a funny card. Alright, I see we got more full art lands, which I still don't like full art lands very much. We got some utility lands. So, in each color, there's like a sphere land that enters the battlefield tapped. And then you pay 1 in a blue and pay 1 in that mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to draw a card. That's cool. That's good utility lands. This is like C+ lands. I'd be happy to grab these. It doesn't really fix, but it does let you like... It does let you cash this in for a card later. My favorite thing about this set is no treasure token producers. Oh, there's people that make treasure tokens. Look again. Oh, that's right. The fast lands are also back. Seacrum Coast, Darksix Shores, Black Cleave Cliffs, Copperline Gorge, Razor Bird's Thicket. Sure, cool. Hard to, like, you know, take as a draft pick. It's still like a C, but I'll be happy to get these lands again. Then we also got a couple other newer lands. The Myrix is a rare land sphere. Tap, add colorless. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Activate only if Myrix entered the battlefield this turn. Okay. And then you can pay 3, tap it, create a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact creature token. Interesting. So, I like that this can at least get the color you need as soon as it shows up. And it isn't just straight up colorless. It's only that one time. And then after that, you can just use it to generate 1/1s. That seems good. I like it. C+. And, oh, Terramorphic Expanse, aka Evolving Wilds. Yep, fine. Couple other lands. The Monumental Facade. Another rare sphere land. It enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. Tap for colorless mana. tap, remove an oil counter from the monumental facade. Put an oil counter on target artifact or creature you control. Okay, so it's a colorless land, and you can move its oil counters onto something else that you're on. Got it. Okay. I don't know what to grade that. I assume like a C. The Mycosynth Gardens, another rare sphere land. It can add colorless mana, or you can pay 1, add 1 mana of any color. Okay, so it's a fixer. And then you can pay X, tap. Mycosynth Garden becomes a copy of target non-token artifact you control with mana value X. Oh, it just is that. Not till end of turn. It just is that. That allows you to copy an artifact creature. It allows you to copy another big artifact, whatever. Interesting? Interesting. Huh. I'll be fascinated to see how that plays out, but I really don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. Last land is the Seed Core. Another rare sphere land. Tap for colorless mana. You can tap to add 1 mana of any color, but spend this mana only to cast Phyrexian creature spells. Fine by me. It also has Corrupted. Tap, target 1/1 creature gets +2/+1 until end of turn. Yo, now that's good. That's more of a B. You're going to get Phyrexian creatures. Especially stuff that's going to be having 1/1s, like in white. You're going to have Phyrexians to cast. That's cool. I like that a lot. B for the Seed Core. Again, it's one of those things where it's only going to be in certain decks and certain colors. And there you go. That's all of them, chat. My first time looking at the set, got through all the cards. My face hurts from talking so much. These are their normal basic lands coming down. Oh, are these going to be like lands you can find in your packs? I hate them. Thank you, everyone. Thoughts on the set so far? I think I like what I see. I got a feeling it's going to be really aggressive, but I like the whole toxic thing and setting up not even necessarily alternate win conditions, because I feel like the actual likelihood of that being a win con is going to be a bit lower than people are hoping for. But I like that it's a like payoff / reward for getting the poison counters on your opponent to improve the rest of your things. We'll have to see though. If you're watching this on the YouTube VOD, I hope you enjoyed almost 6 hours of me talking about Magic. My throat hurts, so I'm going to wrap up the YouTube recording. But thank you, YouTube, for watching this. I really appreciate it. Don't forget, you can always watch me play Magic live every single Monday, twitch.tv/ProJared for Magic Monday. We'll be doing some drafts of this real freaking soon. So hopefully I can see you on those draft days. Otherwise, I'll see you over in the Discord. Thank you so much for watching YouTube. Bye-bye.